Sakraya mususu say was say to me eko yamam ranumu enti was akwan no na yaton sa fred omdodo say yenhie mu ha na adwento ato na ntimi emfa ne kwan mu enti mpanyifo yemfa chopa emfa ma obi biara say edwumadie ne ntimi amfa ne kwan mu nonkono say na yetimi eka ese fataye esanse na was yetimi atwan aka yebebie kwan na tomo na as many as would want to put across views and suggestions in line with what they deem fit for the Constitutional Review Commission to consider. Abra na chese one betena form. She no since 2010. Any adin she share fa ne kwa Constitutional Review Commissioner. Yate ejinetuku no ena na chese wondi mu ena in January 2025, His Excellency Omampenyi John Germany Mama, and so edi ejinetuku efa ne kwemu. Enti yesha ase me fa titufo a wa ba kansa ewo fidue mu ha nana no mpanyifo yama obi biara akwaba nana ekua kodu otosomieno ono the paramount queen mother Escado o fidue mu ha yabema wakwaba nana enwenwena Otosomiensa, acting president, Ahanta Traditional Council, and also a Fidiamuha, Nana Enda AC, Otosomiensa, Upper Disco, Paramount Queen Mother, and also a Wayanchain, Ewo Fidiamuha, Nana Emu, Ajimai, not just Otoson watching, or no, in a popro, Quisi Groom, Achimpem Hene. Of Upper Disco, and also Ewifiduemuha, and we have members of the security services well represented, as well as persons with disability. I just say Mr. Richard Asari, together with members of the persons with disability, Ghana Federation of the Disabled, and all. You're most welcome. So let me introduce to you members of the committee who are with us at the high table. Just before we take the opening remarks from the MCE of the Sekeni Takoradi Metropolitan Assembly, Honorable Lawyer Frederick Feidu. Just before that, I would like to introduce those who are in absentia who could not make it. Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko is a member of the review committee. Mrs. Charlotte Osei, also a member of the review committee. And on the high table, who are present in our midst presently, we have Professor Kwame Karkari. Professor Kwame Karkari is a professor of communications. He was my lecturer time back at the School of Communication Studies, and he's been the head of the communications and also the dean of Wisconsin University. Professor Kwame Karkari has a rich pedigree. He's been a former Director General of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, amongst other astute accomplishments. We also have the Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Sophia Ajinyira. She's also with us at the high table. And we also have Dr. Godwin Jokoto. Dr. Godwin Jokoto is also a member of the Constitutional Review Committee. He's a senior lecturer at the University of Ghana School of Law. He's also with us. And we have Dr. A.C. Ansah. Dr. A.C. Ansah is also a member of the Review Committee who is at the high table. She is also a lecturer at the Ashesi University. She holds a PhD in public administration from the Rutgers University. And the secretary, Chochoni Penyi Adema Jinetukwe, Dr. Reina Akumariya, he is a legal practitioner and an oil and gas analyst. And for the chairman, Jomtineni Penyi, Professor H. Kwesi Prempe, a constitutional law advocate and a scholar at that. He's been the executive director of the CDD Ghana, Ekua Nachase Amambu Semsemo, and matters pertaining to freedom of rights and multi-party rules and other matters arising. And in that vein, Abra Nachase Yada Titru Fono Edino Mefa Kunya every empenyifua one kind genetuku no eho any jomtinani penyi Professor H. Kwesi Prempe na matonsa afre mensie penyin a secondary Takoradi mensie won honorable lawyer Frederick Fedu no de anudi nsɛm a yɛde bebie kwan no de afa ne kwan mu. Honorable lawyer Frederick Fedu mpakyɛ yɛnte nsɛmbɔ ɛmfama no.
Thank you so much. Distinguished members of the Constitutional Review Committee, honorable MMDCs present, honorable assembly members, traditional authorities, Christian and Islamic leaders, representatives of civil society organizations, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's a great honor for me to deliver these brief opening remarks on behalf of the Western Regional Minister at this important Constitutional Review Forum taking place here in our region. Let me begin by commending the Constitutional Review Committee for initiating this critical national dialogue. The Constitution is the supreme law of our land, and any effort to review it must be guided by broad participation, inclusive consultation, and shared ownership by the people of Ghana. This forum is therefore a significant step in ensuring that the voices of the citizens, particularly those from the Western region, are heard, respected, and reflected in the process. On behalf of the Regional Minister, I wish to state our full support for this exercise. The Constitution has served us well since 1992, but as our democracy matures and our society evolves, it is only right that we take stock of our constitutional framework, identify gaps, and propose adjustments that will further strengthen our governance, protect rights, promote accountability, and ensure development for all. We encourage all participants to speak freely, boldly, and constructively. This is our chance to shape a constitution that meets the demands of present realities and future generations. Let us be guided by a shared sense of patriotism, inclusiveness, and the need to build a stronger and more resilient Ghana. Once again, on behalf of the Western Regional Minister, I welcome you all warmly and declare this forum duly open. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Majo, Yansambo Mukakrama, the Honorable MC. Yabedase, Obejinemo Edema, Swafwa, or Atoya Mantelmo, Honorable Joseph Nelson, Nachese, Ejumediano, Fanny Kwaimwanisa, right away. So, like I indicated earlier, Bajo Kasabia, Opesa Okabia, Kunya Wumwa, Obetimi, Edesakasana, Fanny Kwaimu. Jinetukwa, or my penny, His Excellency, Edwin Siho. So, Yantwatwa Adwin, na Yanke, Adventure War. My muni in Alpha, Edifasi na Yebisia Sakra ya mamre no more since 1992. I edify ne kwamu. In Sakraye, Anachese, a man for susu, say 1% Yadefani kwamu, say 2 minutes doa, a woman penny semu, and now say Yabechemu, Edify, and Yubiara, a Tembueni penny, should it be different designations, must it be separated? The Minister for Justice, as well as the Attorney General, other matters arising as you deem fit in your views and opinions. Now, me enganche say akonya ewomu no say obetumi enso atro ediama the commission na chese ewa abefo kwan so submissions at constitutionreview.org say and somewhere obeso odi tudwa ewo ha mo obesan etumi de akọ Anibia a church so now Udi Diabefo in Shekwanso submissions at constitutionreview.gh.org wo de fa hɔ mo a wɔn nsa bɛka na ɔmo tena ase na ɔmo dwendwen nsɛm no ho a na ɛno nso wɔn de afa ne kwan mu. And I can see the Honorable MCE for Shama, Honorable Otis Dentu, is also in our midst. You're most welcome, Honorable MCE for Shama. All right, so this particular engagement has taken place in various areas in the country. Bolga has had their turn, Tamale has had their turn, Wa has had their turn, Koforija has had their turn, Ho has had a stop from the review committee, and Greater Accra also, as well as Cape Coast. It's now the turn of the Western region, and we will show an exhibit that the best actually comes from the West and stays in the West. And yabesha asia dia na we yabe company for homo na yabesre nananom enso ebenya akonya no se penyin dware a na enhia santi nananom na wombenya akonya na etwato na wom so nsem bisa wa adwenkyerɛ wo homo no m de atudwa enti after nananom de wa adwenkyerɛ no etudwa na kyese adwumadie no ye de aba na wie ya ne sa. But for now yɛbɛhyɛ aseɛ free mpanyinfo a mo ehyia mu ha sɛ nhyehyɛ wɔ akwan mu na kyerɛ sɛ yɛde bɛfa ne kwan mu. But yɛbɛkɔ na committee chair yɛbɛkɔ the opening remarks. Yɛbɛkɔ akɔgye the committee chair opening remarks. Would also want to recognize the presence of the MCE for Takwa and Swahim, Honorable Ebenezer Kobna. You're most welcome. And we'll set the ball rolling as we go in for the opening remarks from the committee chair, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh. Kindly, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Metropolitan Chief Executive for the City of Takoradi, Honorable MC for Shama, Honorable MC for Takwa, Nananom, distinguished clergy, security service personnel here present, other public servants in the region, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, let me thank the Honorable MC for the city for a warm welcome. We're glad to be here in the beautiful Atlantic city of Takoradi. I spent some time here in my days as an employee of the Pioneer Tobacco Company many years ago. I see that my factory, the old factory, is now Melcom or something like that. But it's glad to be back in the city. As the Honorable MCE indicated in his opening remarks, this is the Constitution Review Committee's Takoradi edition of public engagements that we initiated a few months ago. The Constitution of Ghana is 32 years, roughly half the age of the country itself. And in those 32 years, we have been blessed with stable peace, a peaceful, generally peaceful turnover of power from one government to the next, one party to the next. These are milestones that had eluded us as a country for many decades before 1993. So these are, in fact, very important accomplishments. Nonetheless, again, as the Honorable MC indicated, there is a sense that our democracy, our governance, our development needs a bit of retooling. People expect more than just to go to the polls every 4 years, cast a vote, and to elect a government, member of parliament, and the like. I think that there's a certain consensus that while our democracy has given us stable peace, that has not yet translated into the kind of development, the kind of good governance that we expect from our democracy. So we are here as the committee appointed by the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to bring finality to a process that has been ongoing, or was at least initially started by the late President John Atta Mills in 2010. That process ended in a document, almost 1,000 pages, of recommendations for review and amendment of the Constitution. We are tasked as a committee to take that document, to take many other documents that have been produced, to look at present and past constitutions, and then, more importantly, to engage again with Ghanaians, with the current generation of Ghanaians, to take on board your views and your perspectives so that finally we can see some movement on this process of constitutional review and amendment. So we see our task as it's as if you are running a relay race and we've been given the baton as the last ones in the relay to take it to the finish line. So that is what we intend to do. In order to do that, we have had a series of engagements with various groups of citizens and communities across the country. We started in Accra with a series of thematic engagements. We essentially broke the Constitution down into a number of thematic areas: lands and natural resources, decentralization, anti-corruption, public finance, such categories. And for each of those categories, we invited institutions, experts, and other persons who work specifically in those areas and who have insights to share with us in those areas. So that's how we started. We had a series of such thematic stakeholder engagements, about 12 to 13 of them in Accra, with various institutions and personalities, public officials, academics, and the like. Once we were done with that, we also then looked at certain special interest groups who were identified based on the kind of interest that we think that they represent, and which we believe would give us additional insights that may not have come from the thematic engagement. So we've met with the business community, we met with organized labor, academia, some professional bodies, the media as an industry, as a profession. We met with the faith community, mostly Christian leaders and Muslim leaders in Accra. And we are due next week in Kumasi to meet with the National House of Chiefs. So those are the identifiable interest groups that we have met. And then once we were done with that, we also met a separate category of high-level Ghanaians. These are eminent persons, individuals who have operated the Constitution of Ghana at a very high level, and whose views and experience would be indispensable if we were to review the Constitution intelligently. So we started with His Excellency the President himself. He's been president before, he's been vice president before, he's held a number of offices. So we wanted to know his own views and his own insights. We met with former President Kufuor at his home. He was quite generous to share with us his insights and experience and what he thinks we must be looking for in a review process of this kind. We met with former President Akufo-Addo at his home. Similarly, we engaged on a number of issues. Met with former Vice President Baumia at his office. such persons, right? So when we say eminent persons, these are people who have held and operated this constitution, held high office. We met with one former Chief Justice. We met with Speaker Bagbin, Speaker Michael Quay, former Speaker Michael Quay, and Nana Dr. SKB Asante, who was instrumental in doing this constitution. And once we were done, then we were ready to move out of Accra and engage Ghanaians in their respective communities. As the MC indicated, this is a constitution that was made by the people, in the sense that it was Ghanaians who voted in April 1992 in a referendum to approve this constitution. So if you want to change the constitution, you have to go back and have a conversation with those Ghanaians, not just with a small group of people in Accra. So we've been traveling the country in the last month and a half, meeting Ghanaians in their respective communities. This would be the seventh, I believe the eighth zonal public engagement that we will be having. From here, we will go to Sunyani and then end in Kumasi on the 1st of August. We have also had a similar engagement online with Ghanaians in the diaspora, which we consider another zonal group. So we had some hours of engagement with Ghanaians in North America, in Europe, in other places. And we have also had what the modern Gen Z people call an X-Space engagement on social media in order to make sure that we also were able to reach the social media generation or social media audience. So this is how we have carried out our mandate to engage Ghanaians and to make sure that there is widespread public participation before we conclude this process. Once we are done with all these meetings, the committee will then take on board everything that we have learned, everything that we have taken note of, we have recorded, and begin to have deliberations amongst ourselves, reviewing the 2011 document that was produced by that commission and other reports, and then we will start putting together a report that we will submit to the government for onward transmission also to Parliament. So this is what we are about here today, and as our moderator indicated, the issues are, it's up to you what's on your mind, right? There are no restrictions as to the issues you can bring up. What we are interested in is finding solutions to some of the difficult problems that as a country we face in our democracy, in our governance, in our development. As long as we can find a place in the Constitution for a solution to those problems, we want to hear you. So it's up to you to tell us what it is that you think is the stumbling block that is hindering our progress, that has made it difficult for our democracy to translate into sustainable development or good governance. You can tell this from your own local experience, from a national experience, however you see it. But we are looking for solutions. So if you also have a good recommendation to make, please offer it. The problem sometimes, if you think it comes from the Constitution too, then you should feel free to tell us that this part of the Constitution, you don't even have to know the article or anything. This is not a legal forum. So if you think that there's something about the Constitution that's not working well, if you think the way we choose our MCEs is not working well, if you think the way we include or exclude our chiefs from local government is not good, if you think the way we manage our natural resources is not helping the fight against galamsey, or anything. Anything that you think is in the Constitution or you believe to be in the Constitution that is not working well, please feel free to tell us. The only, caveat I would add is again to echo the Honorable MCE, be constructive, right? Just be constructive, be bold, be courageous, but be constructive. Tell us how you think we could do things better, right? Because we want to have recommendations that will help us solve a problem. We're not here to just, write big English or improve grammar. We want to solve problems, right? So please be generous with your ideas if you have any. Otherwise, if you just want to state the problem, that's okay too. So, Mr. Moderator, I will hand over the proceedings to you. In those places we've been to, usually what we do is we invite members of the audience who have contributions to make to line up in the various aisles, and then or in one aisle, depending on also the preference of the cameramen. They want to be able to take nice shots. So, and then we'll take a round of questions or contributions, maybe 10 at a time, a dozen at a time. And if we have responses, we'll make those. And then we'll go for another round until we exhaust them. At some point, we'll take a coffee break. We have some snacks, so we'll take a break. And then we'll come back, and then another round of questions, and then we conclude. So that's how we'll proceed. Thank you.
Let's hear it for the chairman and his august members. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. That is Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh. And in someone of the two, or say, way to an more essence, one pair, and you biara, Yamambra, or Mambuno, and Widru, and Yama, a Sanka Yamambrano, and Yamambu, and Honsamu, and no way to an Amodia Fahua, I just say, one more air twasso, Eddie Free, the Tukwa, one chassis, 2010 Homo. And to wait and on to me at the Afani Quamunti. I said, Mrike Tuobino, relay race, way the Ama way, now way so the Amaninia, and one on me this year, wanted to me I call Mantema Hodor, best and so watching our way, and a nature say, one day twice one sa, and one chassis and one chassis one crying. I want a titru for a Kua Hodor, a titru Kua Hodor to me a sheer moon at the 5 and chair, Sena, Yabesi Hunu. Kuwa hodwa na chese won eda nyabia sika krabia so eye ne honga ka ho agine tuku ahodwa ano na chese won ni won ehia the special interest groups are won ni won ehia mu chese won a won kira de we suapo mu ene anyibiara empanyifo faith based organizations some ekuwa hodwa ene nsem trokuo ene ho enkeka ho no nyina wane won ehya ase won kran a wonje adwenkyere titru efri won ho mo na no nso ena na kyese won so etimi ehia anyebia empanyifo eye amampanyi ahodo a wonda ho ekaye ho tesa amampanyi dada former president John Ajekunko for mampanyi dada former president Nana Akufo-Addo ene amampanyi ankasa ote akonwa so His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama ne the former vice president Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia and former chief justices ahodo atembua for penyi ahodo a won enso etimi ayi atembua for penyi pen enti won etimi ehia wo mo esan se won ena on di etimi ede amambra yi ayi adwuma pen a wo ehunu se na amambra ni enisi fate enti sinto a won susu ese won ebetimi akire na yetumi aso ano na yetumi akoye nim se nsakraye no ba eniema wesi yetumi ehwe eno mu na wontumi ehia wo mo a wonde hya ase a na kyese wondi pagya wo edwumadie no eso a ne sa wontumi ede kwa apro a ene won abekansa wo yemantemu ha won enso etumi ene amananefo Ghana fo a won wo amanane bia USA, UK, Europe ne honga ka ho no nyina etumi hia e wa abefo kwan so e ma won so wa adwenkyere a won so won da de die emebunu enso Gen Z's and also I for kwan so X spaces won't be a kwan to more former Twitter and I just one so anyone didn't get a ho ever home. I've been travel doing in our kwan who do soon in I want to find a quamu. No. Era na kyese wa age agenkyere na atomwa enen so wa be pie mu ha enti adesrede a won de to yenim ene se ma bibia nsi obi akwan eno ane se obenya akukuduro asem a opese oka na odi afa ne kwa mu enkoye se ebia okoti amambra ne baabi ehia na sa eno ane se obekire ade titru a opese oka ususu se esanka a wo se sakra no a oman yehunu se anye biara etimi esi akwan ewo mpontu kwan ho ebia na se na osika no se na yehwe se ebeyi MMDCs ebeto abayi wom ana se etesen se na anye biara yegudie yebesi ache no ene ho nkeka ho no nyinara enti wei na chairman otimi edefa ne kwan mu a wetimi ebie epon na to ho mu a se empenyifo ewo ha mo na yebeto asre say na yebesi ayo no ene se yebeto sante na yafa adwenkyere be se du adwenkyere be se du 10 proposals and propositions yebaya no du sa na yede afa ne kwa mu se na mka no nananom ahemfo ene wo betwa to enti nananom ebenya won 10 se won ena won de adwumadie no ebeba na wie ye won no betwa to na yebeje wa adwenkyere ane sa enti empenyifo we de empenyifo ebie kwan atom yi de na me mosomfo a menso meba mo na so na yebesre se because of cameras no yebeba mfimfin ha na asembi se bia e wo ho mu bia adwenkyere wo ho na chese tumi ade afa ne kwa mu enti empenyifo we de nidie mu a yabesira mo se mo beba obehya ase na wabodin ne ebia udibra wikita na odi afa ne kwa mu we de yenuano mo nso a we di dam se ebia ba ne se yo se ba mo na so anso a yababa ho mo na semisa no ye de abramu anesa nti we de menhya ase honorable Musa Ademu.
Yo, thank you so very much. The eminent committee, you are welcome. The president has done well. The best of our best are doing this job for us. Yes, my name is Honorable Musa Ademu. I'm the assembly member for Sofon Zongo, that is Kwesimintim, and I'm representing ECMA at this forum. Article 199, the 4, which was an amendment. I'm also an HR practitioner, and on a lot of occasions, we've had issues with that article, the 4. While the one spells out the retirement age of 60, the 4 talks about post-retirement contract. But when you work with the private sector and you are an HR, you want to apply, they say, no, this applies to the public service. So instead of the 2 years, they say, give the person 6 months, give the person 1 year. So I want this eminent committee to democratize it so that those in the private sector too will enjoy those 2 years. If you need the person's service, then give the person 2 years. Not that when you are in the public service, you have 2 years. When you are in the private service sector, it's at the discretion of the managing director. And as a very long-standing assembly member, currently I'm the longest-serving assembly member at our assembly, I've observed that Article 243, which is about the, even before that, 242, which is the composition of the assembly, I feel that the 30% appointed by the president has outlived its usefulness. I realized the framers of the Constitution, when the assembly concept was introduced, thought maybe they wouldn't have enough educated people to be at the assembly. So the 30%, you use it to balance and bring in people. By now, everybody coming to the assembly is educated. So the 30% should be scrapped off and all the positions should be elective. That is my view. Then on Article 243, which is about the election of the district chief executive. I mean, the approval by the assembly. You know, the president does the appointment and the approval is done by the assembly. The Article 243(1) says those who are present and voting can elect the MCE. But that article has been abused. It was abused at Takwa the last time. Because it says present and voting, they managed to lock some people out. And those who were present and voted, the 2/3 was what held sway. When you come to 244, which is that of the presiding member, it doesn't say present and voting. It said members of the assembly, the total members of the assembly. So my proposition is that of the DCE or MCE too should be members of the assembly, so that it will be the total membership. So nobody will can abuse it. At all costs, you have to look for all the representative of the people to come and you get the 2/3. So my eminent members, chairman and members, these are my propositions, and this has been from practice and the experience I've had. So if you take them on board, I'll be very delighted. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. My name is Ayombisa Steven. I'm coming from Takwa in Swayem, an honorable member of the assembly as well. My first issue, I remember 10 years ago when the lawyer Atugbe's led commission came to Takwa. I think I suggested same to them. I think the first one for me is I believe in leadership by example. And I think that our president should be made to pay tax. It's very core. He should lead by example. I mean, if you take the juicy conditions of service for the president, I think that it's not fair if you don't allow him to pay tax. So that's the first one. The second one is I have a very serious view about this same-sex thing that some international organizations are promoting. With our traditions, our customs, I think that we should not tolerate it at all. Yes, they are human beings. As human beings, there are certain rights that our Constitution guarantees for all of us. Yes, those ones I understand. But when it comes to our custom and traditions, I think that I believe sincerely that if we allow the promotion of this and practice, seriously, the repercussions, I'm not sure our medical or our health system in this country can contain. So I think that we should not allow same-sex in this country. The third one is issue of appointment of Supreme Court justices. I think that there should be a ceiling. I prefer the word must. There must be a ceiling, the number of Supreme Court justices appointed by presidents. I think the fourth one, I live in a mining area, community. If you look at the distraction that is ongoing, some Ghanaians having foreigners as their comparadors, especially the Chinese, helping to mess up the environment. I think that let's reserve small-scale mining to only and only Ghanaians. So that if the Ghanaians are messing up the environment, there wouldn't be the issue of, oh, it is the Chinese, it is these foreigners, it is those foreigners. No. In that way, I'm sure we will be able to deal with it seriously. And then the last one is, you see, we have, I think we have a national development plan. Previous governments have laid out some development plans. Unfortunately, any government that comes would either put it aside and deal with the party manifesto and all those things. I think that this national development plan, that because I see that the National Development Planning Commission or whatever that the president put in place did a lot of engagement. Different people were consulted from previous, past presidents and what have you. So I think that should we have a national development planning, it should be entrenched. There should be entrenched that, look, whether you are NDC, MPP, WDC, and whatever, when you come, you have to. You'll be bound by the Constitution to continue, because it is for the interest, the best interest of Ghanaians, not for a particular political party. Thank you so much.
Mpocho, from Kwesi Asiedu. Mifi takwa nswayem. Mensem kakra mepede medeto abegwafo yi hon anyim onyi. Odikan yen mineral percentage a wode che yen mineral royalties fi mining no mu no. Mepede nka wobe increase na fi 10% no mo akọ 40%. Otia ebien oye president tumi a yeda amane no odoso dodo menyen a nka yebetsew do ebi to the appointment of departmental heads no nka wobema institutions na nkasa wafo hon ladder no na wode koduro by merit na onye the president na obeka de osumesimbra otie ba san ye Attorney General na Minister of Justice. Me pedenka watch them ejumakunum na Attorney General ye na ejuma nkotin na Minister no so ye na ejuma nkotin. Me last one ye presidential immunity. Okamen kotin anka dama ade no yen yimfi yen constitution num me da wana ase.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Joseph Kinsley, Regional Vice Chairman, GPRTU. Mpocha, made the war free marketing. Yeba free marketing, my enemy dampa. CC Alan driver for my yet here and lorry fedo. But say eco marketer. Eba kwane na mame not and brody. Ni teenage need ye basa 5 cities. Not in any nusu ya nan 4 cities. Ubia o moto anede, but GPRTU as if there discrimination ya by anafa. Aban ye hwehwe de say free marketing or what na say GPRTU otumi share dia. Na the rest and so one sha one. 2. Freedom of association. Accident all kodu bebrebe hinaran ni aya Canada GPRTU. Nanso son ebehwe na ekro na number what was association. Or what Takoradi nkotin. Ebi ni woman no good. Sefi. Obenya accident another assembly be hu bia rekwohwehwen. Accident bi obokodu biara ya GPRTU for. because of freedom association nti assembly no wo airline bi wo ho 2180 there do bia belong to association nanso so da membra ne nye adwuma ase da nitsia driver for GPRTU ena ye ni bibia so identify groups in the car olukwe ya GPRTU ni another ya protwa concern ana cooperative ye need a madden yesre wonhwe man me don't wanna see.
My name is Augustine Atta, retired police chief inspector in 2016 NDC parliamentary candidate for Kosintim constituency. My focus is on the proposed election for MMDCs. Any political party in Ghana that wins the presidential election is comfortable having their own party members to serve as MMDC. Obviously, there will be mistrust and acrimonity from the ruling party if a non-party member or someone from the opposition party is appointed or elected as a MMDC. I'm therefore suggesting that after the general elections in December to elect president and members of parliament, the winning party must open the way for interested party members to file to participate in internal primaries as a first step for the election of MMDCs. Any party member who wants to participate in the primaries must be eligible to be elected as a member of parliament. I think time will not permit, so I will just summarize everything. The winning political party must hold an election to select 3 prospective candidates in each metropolis, municipal, and district. The 3 candidates will then move on to contest in the national election. In summary, I'm proposing that the internal primaries might be held on January 28, that is 21 days after swearing of the new elected president parliamentarians. And then the national election should be on February 18th, 21 days after the internal primaries. In case of a tie in the national election, any metropolis, municipal district, or in the district, there should be a runoff on February 28th, that is 10 days after the national election. And then swearing of the MDs must be on March 7th. Thank you.
Just a question. You're saying national elections?
That is the 3 candidates that have been selected by the political parties must face the national election. That is the general population. I have everything about.
Oh, you mean so for each municipality or metropolitan assembly?
Yes, there should be.
So it's not national elections.
Yeah, when I say national, I mean that day, in all districts, municipal, metropolis, on the same day, so that the top 3 from the political party must be presented to the national voter population to elect the MMDCs. Thank you.
I'm Yankee Nicholas, coming from the National Democratic Congress. Prof, mine has to do with the load that we are witnessing in our prisons. I would therefore suggest that most of the cases or the sentences must be non-custodian. 2, I would also suggest that when it comes to some ministries, departments like education, health, agriculture, and perhaps security, the elected government would have limited power over its selections. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noble Chair. My name is Mr. Elijah Joe Niza, and I'm the regional head for the Construction Union of TUC Ghana for the Western and the Western North region. And my humble proposal is for the establishment of a market regulatory body, and I was a bit relieved when my colleague, slightly hinted on that. And I'm respectfully proposing that the Constitution of Ghana be reviewed to include market regulatory authority mandated to monitor and regulate the prices of goods and services in Ghana. we are all aware that many of the citizens are facing economic hardship due to the unpredictable price hike and increase, and as well as poor market supervision. And then I believe that if this market regulatory body is enforced, it will check on the fair pricing and the protection of consumers, the pricing stability as well through the market assessment, and the transparency in trade practice. And it is also a humble plea that this body should be independent and non-partisan and backed by a law so that it can effectively control market irregularities and ensure affordability of goods and services. And I urge that if the committee should consider it, it will be a great relief for many Ghanaians. Secondly, have to do with the fundamental human rights of the Ghanaian citizens as enshrined in the Constitution. Many of our young ones are losing their jobs all in the quest of associating themselves or forming or organizing a trade union, as stated by the freedom of association. And this has to do mostly with some of the expatriates. If a Ghanaian worker seeking for a voice to represent him at the trade union level should opt out, his job is being sidelined and is kicked away. So as we leaders of the workers' force, this is one of the major issues that we believe that if the committee should revisit it and make a strict enforcement on it, that the Ghanaian worker have the right to join or form a trade union to be a voice for him. I mean, one example can be cited at the Sonia Sogli power plant where 2 local union leaders were just sacked because of their efforts to join a trade union. And so I believe that if this is also considered, it will be a great relief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte Opoku from Public Utility Workers Union, IRO. My concern is with the positions of the CJ, the Chief Justice, EC, and then the IGP. I believe if we allow them to go through the ballot box, probably it will help us, because each government that comes want to bring its own people on board. So when they go through the ballot box, rather than appointing by the sitting president, it will help us. And my second point is on the estate duty, which is paid by the widow at the law court before you are able to assess the LA. It is about 1 to 3% of the estate duty that you have to pay. And most of the time, these women are low income earners. And that 1, 2, or 3% is huge, depending on the value of the estate. And it's difficult for them to come up with that amount to pay. Or sometimes the woman too is a housewife. And I don't know where she's going to get that 1, 2, 3% to settle for her to be able to get the LD, letter of administration. The third one, I don't know where we can fit it, but it's about construction of roads from the main road to our settlements, our homes. I learned in Nigeria, if you have money as an individual, you can construct the road to your house. But here we are not allowed to do so. And from the main road to your house, the erosion and using your car on that stretch, you are always going to the mechanics. So I don't know what the government can do to help us to be able to construct the roads when we are able. If you are capable of doing it, probably you should be allowed to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Alhaj Yusuf Kofi Jamson, a retired NCC staff, a former presiding member of STMA, and currently a member of the Western Regional Peace Council. I'm here representing the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. These are my own proposals, not the mission's proposals, please. I have a number of them, and I beg to be given the time to present them. First submission is that one of the most beautiful chapters of the 1992 Constitution is the directive principles of state policy. Incidentally, it is not enforceable. It is very, very voluntary. And I believe if we can have an act of parliament to make it enforceable, it will help Ghana. My second point is that all heads and members of constitutional commissions, like the Electoral Commission, National Commission for Civic Education, the CHRAJ, should be appointed by Public Services Commission or Public Services Committee, devoid of presidential influence. Otherwise, anybody, we are all witnesses to this, anybody who is appointed under a particular government, the next government suspects it to be pro that government that appointed it. So, we all saw what happened recently, and it is not good enough for us. My third point is, those who retire on their salaries, if Ghana is so broke, and we are now grappling with payment of debts and stuff, then we have sections of the community who retire on their salaries, including the President of the Republic, the Chief Justice, and many of them, they know themselves. It is not fair for somebody to work as a teacher for 40 years, go on retirement, and he's given a peanut. And yet, somebody retires on his salary, which also means that the present person, when his salary is increased, it affects the one who is on retirement. Please, I don't think this is fair, and we should remove it. Everybody must be on state pension. So whilst you are in office, you must contribute towards your state pension. And the question of ex gratia paid to MPs. Some time ago, people were retiring and they are paid, ex gratia. Then somebody said that no, we should cancel ex gratia, only for MPs to pay themselves ex gratia. This is not fair. If they are really our representatives, then we should scrap ex gratia. Otherwise, we should open it to everybody who is a public service worker. The National Commission for Civic Education should be resourced properly for them to work. I worked as a staff and we were not resourced. I remember at one time, a whole MP approached me because we were doing a lot of public education on radio. He said, Honorable, do you want these people to disturb us? Why is it that we go on radio and, so you don't want the people to know what is governing them? That is why when you go to Accra, you don't come back, We will continue to educate. Eventually, NCC is stifled of funds, so they cannot work. Please, I am retired, but there are others who are working. Give them the money so that they can work. At least they could have even educated the public on the work of the Constitution Review Committee.
Do you have a specific proposal?
It's a commission. Definitely, they should be resourced. They don't have vehicles. They don't have operational funds. I mean, they just receive their salaries and sitting in office. So I think we should properly resource NCCE for them to educate it on the provisions of the Constitution.
Have you thought about the way it can be done?
We have the national funds, which is disbursed by budget to all institutions and organizations. So NCCE must be given a fair quota to enable them work. You people think that NCCE works only when it is election time, but that shouldn't be the case. I also want to propose that Because he's a regional director of NCC.
The Professor Tamos commission also to review the constitution during his time. This issue came up, and they decided that there should be a democracy fund where NCC, Electoral Commission, the governance institutions, Media Commission, and SHRAJ will draw their monies for their activities. It was a proposal in that Professor Tamos commission for review of the Constitution. So you can revisit it, and if it will work. Because though you go to Parliament for approval, even the peanut that is given to NCC, we only have less than 50% being given to us to work. Parliament gives the approval for a budget to be given to NCC. But at the end of the year, you see less than 50%. This year, I'm told there is nothing, no budget for goods and
services.
Goods and services, maybe procurement of vehicles and those things. Nothing. Only the salaries will be paid. So that is where the problem comes from. Thank you, sir.
So I'm exonerated. Thank you so very much. I want to suggest that if we can have a lower house of parliament, this should compose of chiefs and presiding members. The chiefs can be drawn from the National House of Chiefs and the Regional House of Chiefs. I suggest a maximum of 60 people, so they can elect their own members to go on the lower house of parliament. And then presiding members of MMDAs, they can also elect 60 persons, so that we have a total of about 120 persons on the lower house of parliament. It's my humble suggestion. This will help involve the chiefs in our governance system. Because ever since the institution of the 1992 Constitution, our chiefs feel that they are left out. It is only when it becomes critical that they are consulted. But if they are part of the governance system, then I think we will be going forward. We have certain issues of national prominence which can be looked at first by the lower house before it goes to the upper house, which is the main parliament. I also want to suggest that heads of security services should not be politically appointed. Somebody mentioned it, and I'm echoing it. It should not be politically appointed. We have councils that can sit down and appoint the heads for these institutions. The police service, the prison service, immigration, customs, division of GRA, GRA itself, the Ghana Armed Forces. These bodies must have a council that will elect their heads. I think that will help. The Chief Justice must, I think, also be appointed by a legal council. And possibly, if even he should be appointed, that it should be the most senior person serving on the Supreme Court. The Minister of Justice must be separated from the Attorney General. The minister is a political appointment, fair enough, but the Attorney General must be a legal appointee. So the legal council can appoint the Attorney General. I want to suggest that members of MMDAs, the municipal and metropolitan district assemblies, the total number in Ghana must be reduced by merging some of them rather than creating more. Because the more you create, the more you add to the cost. So if you merge them, then we reduce the number and we reduce cost. I also want to suggest that we should reduce the numbers of the assemblies. We should merge the electoral areas rather than creating more electoral areas. And let us remove the government appointee concept as suggested by the first speaker. Because this time around, the government appointee concept of the MMDAs has been politicized. First, it was very technical. You look at technical institutions and allow them to appoint their nominees. This time around, it is purely political. It started some I think during Kufuor time, during President Kufuor time. That is where it started. And since then, it has been purely political appointees. Most of them sit in the assembly, and they hardly contribute to assembly discussions. Perhaps the interest is to collect their small allowances and go away. It shouldn't be job for the boys. Let's get proper technocrats who know the inside out of the assemblies to go and sit there. Otherwise, scrap it. Government appointee concept must be scrapped. And then, if you reduce the number of the district assemblies, you can pay them properly and make it a full time. If somebody wants to go there, he must go there as a full-time worker like any MP. Then you pay them and resource them. I think I'm talking too much, so I should bring mine. Assembly Common Fund was created to service district assemblies, not MPs. MPs don't do development. They promise development, but when they go there, they don't do development. Even their common fund aspect passes through the district assemblies. So why do you give MPs common fund when assembly members don't have common fund? Because the common fund is brought for development, not for the individual assembly members. So I suggest that MPs and common fund must be scrapped. If they want part of the district assembly's common fund, then the law on the common fund must be reviewed to include them. For now, the law does not include them, so they should not propose part for themselves. Thank you so very much. I'm done.
Hello. Alhaji, do you have a written submission? Did you say you had something written for the committee, or you scribbled? Well, if you want to transform it into a memo later on, you can do that. Thank you. Yes, we will. It's submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org. But you can also talk to the people, our secretariat at the back there. Thank you.
Mbacho from Alhaji Idris Zakaria, my office of the Western Regional Chief Imam. In his marriage, you have a some how you have been when some Modi Canada obey the Mohundebian of how you in Ghana Maninara. Watch a crabbe fibaye in Numana de Sini. Opinion be Obasrana Bawar. Na awen wambado senti kura wambado in there. Kasa to mpemfu bi da obana worko wan waye putro zinanso onyamfi da wote. Mamraka se damadanara nkremofo be hia na wezi de mudjuman. Na wodo bana amanukun na semoti de mosinta won wambado. Obani no nya mfida wa twinti na waye ne demi. Nanso na mo nle nchenta si bi aba ikun na yiri nyinara wana awfo wana de wona ebusanfo won tem na de ma donti wo be bring back the waye ne legally. But onam de ya mambrem na ochre de oba biara onya mfida wa twe oruntim na onware nti wosi ukwan. This is Martin Nom de Embra Ponya Constitution. Obeying or bow bottom one number of Chumpro or Browing and Fidesen. Namum or run Chumon war the maybe Jillawing and Fidra watch. None no yam of Binium, ya do no concern. the adza nwona wenye mfida wa waya nyona na de sanfo so waye na mo nde yen na so ya ka nyamsomfo yi da mo hwe kon da me amboa me ye mofroma no won fa kon bi otetete dam do san so onye duese no botum waye a te de de bi odo abaso do an no do no botum waye ti me hwe nde se awor no wo do awotweza na wamambran duese sam no mfim na wanyan do awotwenara ohwan de odi kan zoten bien of Islam for yan ejapazenen chen Islam yi biara amfa ne suminin zagur amfa no Quran sun zagur te bibia yati de mi me bia wodo wa sha so ankan e bia ne yempemfo de hon koma because obeya da no ye imgwase kakra anaso de wobu ye penine mitode national chief imam Islam wacha konya wache japazi Quran wacha san anye onhyam poden chabaya wel bibia de no kwem no ikruno bino obowo be bese no obowo wo mo biara obia na japazi mban na de wonyinara nti woni chabirim japazi nin chairman onchonya ho biara as far as the Quran is concerned national chief imam ankasana binum wodo sidama ninchen wo hwe wo ye hu adwumodemo na so ndo fa bi de court obi an so muslim kasa ya tin se de man not da na wo bi se tuma adwuma wo mpo na ba che jafazi ya fair kakra ya humtso so kakra even ti ya hwe kwan de birala o main wa ma ho kwan ma sum botuma asum obiara ha obiara na osum no so wo no woma other should na brabo nyina ne Quran na komhwe na no sallallahu alaihi wasallam so did the mudwuma na aye nyimdifunu dwuma ate da mana ta sembere nyi ho nti ya hwe kwan de nyimdifo a wo de mi no oman no so ama ho kwan no so no botum wa no so na ne nhihye no so na roye na yesu ya dimpo yimpa no wa nti so fa about 1400 Quran obiara ntumi on sesane mo ta no ate even si yahwe kwan de so bande ejapadi bi nche na so waya muslim sen kotin da traditional court bi amonsum ofan kama resident imam na ho no hwe no nya adwuma onhwe no nya ho adwuma osana no so mpo nyon na dwen na odere ye Quran na ojetumen ana obahwe no dae zoti wobio na obrasu ntumi nche ejapadi wa bra bibi onsi ansana so watch the pazibia mo kuna fana do bia no bein aba no kuna ewa na maframa na wowom na na ta waware ya ansana ya warsam no nsumpo kasa kakra wo a ye hwede ejinetuku a obotum akaba wasa ya register ya wara imam biara obebi obotum wa ma wahwem wa but certificate biara o wana de bia marriage certificate biara sometimes I need recognition why are no yet na yats no de yimpa no ko register ewo assembly na ne registration mo no kase bia mre bi ma according in the your cap be also cap 129 and 127 no men the muslims in makare yemu fa ye nyimninti also 129 for muslims 127 for Christians. No nam de ya yankɔ hɔ ninti, yenyim ma yankɔ hɔ ninti. Se kwa mpo register no de 127 no benta wa kyekye wo se Islam so ma kwan ma botuma wore bian wa abas na warana. Islam ma ho kwan. Nti se with 127 was what they anate wa kyekye wo se ninti mo bi. Wa branch 129 no de wode. Se the man wa ye ne da. No one search. So until them so one shun one ye monka bande say Islami ye was sex be kakra or why kaskasi bearing ye mo bearing tim tijania for ho alisuna ho ahmedia or many abakase ahmedia shia for one herton were so qualified what to hold the word domain them osafata and say be an zonal imam be wa tra wa na say be an so the brand opinion maybe on adana sasha there be a marriage certificate ɔdɔ ɔman na ɔgye tom nti kwan bɛn na ɔbɛbɛn dɛ ɔdɛ ɔbɛkɔ bea ɔbɛka de bia wɔawɔ na mpo wɔn recognize dɛ ɔne ana ɔni wa bere a nhyehyɛ biara a wɔ ho biara wɔadzi do nti yɛhwɛ kwan dɛ sɛ no so biribi ba dɛm a wɔma ɔyɛ islamfo mpanyimfo no a wɔnhwɛ so wɔtum wɔ create table po wɔ bea biara a wɔyɛ dɛm ade ɔte dɛm no ɔte dɛm wei na so dɛ wɔde asɛm no bɛ asɛnti bi a wɔmfa ma mpanyimfo ɔte dɛm no wɔnhwɛ iyɛra so ho so mpo ɔyɛ abo ho na ɔdze divorce sɛm no ta wɔregu aba islam no so na wɔ ne nhyehyɛ fɛfɛɛfɛ a ɔbɛba ne dɛ sɛ ɔbaa na ɔregye no kun na ɔregye ɔbaa ne nyinaa islam ama ho kwan na mmom anyɛ no kwaa so dɛ sɛ mpɔkoro na ɔkɔa no atenara yɛn iwu nti no so yɛhwɛ kwan dɛ amerika na ɔnam na wakɛyɛ ɔsom no asɛm nanom nhyehyɛ no yɛyi na yɛgye din dɛ yɛ nyamsomfo ɔkyena yɛbɛhyɛ yɛ wura no nti yɛhwɛ kwan dɛ ɔsom no arosom nanom nhyehyɛ no bɛyɛ ho adwuma nti sɛ baanu bi wɔ wɔ mu na sɛ kasa bi asi wɔn ntam a wɔmmɔ a wɔyɛ ti ɔsom no ne mpanyimfo no wɔhwɛ no wɔnyɛ ho adwuma iyi yɛ nsusua kakra na iyi native na mobɔ ma na asi native na krate okita me wɔnkyerɛ me baabi a momfa nkagya na ebia no bɛyɛ details mu meda ho ase bebree
wei deɛ yɛbɛda ase sɛ na yɛde nhyehyɛ fa ne kwan mu no yɛbɛfa 1010 nti ɛm sɛ yɛnya deɛ ɛtɔ so du no ɛne ni na ɛm sɛ adwenkyerɛ aba mɛsrɛ sɛ dwomtinani panyi professor h kwesi prɛmpɛ bɛma me akonya a ebinom sɛ kasa no ɛyɛ awa ebinom adodoɔ na ɛwɔ ɔpɛpa no nti yɛmfa mmere ɛmfa nto ho timing ɛmfa nto ho so if prof will give me the go ahead if we will need to time each questioner or it should remain unfettered as and when they would want to spend as much time as possible in filling their questions. We will deliberate on that na yama empenyefo aswate what we emanate from there. But after this, yabako yenu anuma wedi dam home na after asamba the mainstream home. So I'll defer to Prof and the eminent members.
Take at least 5 more.
Okay. All right. So Prof says we can take 5 more.
Thank you very much. They are disturbing me, so I'm waiting for them to. Thank you very much. My name is Ambassador Kofi Dosa. I used to be known and called Aminson Akwa Kofi. Now I'm not Akwa again, I'm Aminson Deshe Kofi. I used to work with the Commission for Civic Education, which informs these, suggestions that I'm coming up with. As for the sky, yeah, you're right. Thank you very much. The 1992 Constitution of Ghana has served the country well in consolidating democracy, our democratic governance since its adoption. However, over the years, several stakeholders, including constitutional experts, civil society organizations, and political actors, have highlighted areas that need amendment to enhance transparency, accountability, separation of powers, and national development. These are a few that I wish to come up with. Number 1, Article 78(1). Appointment of ministers from Parliament. Current provision requires the President to appoint the majority of ministers from among members of Parliament. I think this should be changed. Why? It blurs the separation of powers between the executive and legislature. It undermines Parliament's independence and oversight role. It creates conflict of interest and reduces legislative scrutiny of the executive and leads to absenteeism in Parliament as MPs also serve as ministers. So this proposed change would mean that ministers should be appointed from outside Parliament to strengthen legislative oversight and ensure clear separation of powers. Number 2, Article 71. Please, as for this time, it will embarrass me because I think the point, you have to give me a little unfettered point, please. Thank you very much. Article 71, but if I start speaking, going off, cut me. Determination of emoluments of top public officials. The current provision allows the president, acting on the evidence of the committee appointed by him, to determine the salaries and benefits of Article 71 office holders. Example, MPs, ministers, judges, etc. This should be amended. Why? Perceived lack of transparency and public accountability in salary determinations creates a sense of privilege and inequality in public service, and the process lacks public input and independent oversight. The proposed change will establish an independent emoluments commission with representation from civil society, organized labor, and the private sector. 3, entrenched nature of the Constitution. The current provision, many parts of the Constitution are entrenched and requires national referendum for amendment. This should be changed or looked at. While entrenchment protects key principles, the process is cumbersome and very expensive. It makes the constitutional reform unnecessary, difficult, and even widely agreed upon changes seem not to be looked at. The proposed change will review which provisions are entrenched and consider simplifying the amendment process for certain non-core areas. 4, Article 243.
Wait, you're probably the first person to make this specific proposal. So you think the Constitution, too many provisions are entrenched?
Yes.
What is your proposal to make them? Is it to move them from entrenched to non-entrenched? Or to reduce the threshold, for example, for a referendum, right? So because if you are entrenched in the Constitution as a provision, it means that in order to change that provision, we have to go to a referendum. At least 40% of registered voters must vote in that referendum, and they must approve it by at least 75%. What do you want us to do? You want us to lower the threshold, the 75%, the 40%? What should we do?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. But you see, these are some ways we could also be looking at. There are some things we should even bring it down to the assembly levels. Let's make it easier. Entrenched positions are plenty, but I don't want to play that role now because, of course, that is not what I came out with. I just want to pinpoint the areas. Later on, if we have to have another conversation, I'll be able to do.
There'll be no later on, though.
Thank you very much. That's okay. Thank you. Article 243, appointment of the Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives. The current provision gives the president all the room to appoint all these members. Why it should be changed? It centralizes power excessively in the executive. It undermines local governance and accountability to the local electorate, and also reduces citizens' participation in local decision making. The proposed change will allow for direct election of the MMDCEs to deepen democracy and improve local governance. Death penalty, I think that one has been looked at. Let me move on to the Council of State. The current provision advises the president on national issues, and members are mostly appointed by him. Its effectiveness and relevance have been questioned, because they only sit in as a rubber stamp. They just go. I've never heard the Council of State, turning round something that the president wants to do. And that one leaves much to be desired. The Electoral Commission, Article 43, 6.
what's your proposal on the Council of State?
I mean, maybe we should just give it to this lower house. My colleague Jamson came to make some proposals. I think we could look at those things. You see, if these people come there and all they have to do is be collecting their emoluments here and there without actually scrutinizing what, the advice, pieces of advice. Let me give you one example. In the last administration, for example, I'm a poultry farmer, and poultry farmers have been crying for the government to cut down on the importation of, frozen chicken. But we knew that some members of the, Council of State at the time were the actual people who were importing. How could they advise to cut down on, the importation of chicken? And that one, I thought, leave much to be desired. Let me go to this particular one and I'm done. Thank you. Yes, time. My brother, you are my brother. Stop. The Electoral Commission is my brother in crime. I think the president appoints the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. It should be changed because of the perception of partisanship due to the appointment by the president. And it undermines public confidence in the electoral integrity. If the president appoints you and you come and you have to oversee elections, definitely there are many things you cannot do against, the party which appointed you. Transitional provisions, yes. Some transitional provisions, example, indemnity clauses for past regimes are still part of the Constitution. And personally, I'm ashamed. These provisions may hinder justice and reconciliation, and they seem as shielding past political actors from accountability. I propose that this be repealed. It's outdated. Those times that we needed it was when, the government was actually transitioning from, a revolution and maybe needed some indemnity to actually put us on course. But for now, I don't think we need it. The president or the executives, as soon as they leave office, they should be accountable to the state. If you have spent money unreasonably, you should be accountable. But we swim, all around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Yabesre, Emerino, Doc, our time our ha, and Timbacho, Yamfa Marine Yuma. We are virtually looking at ancient Greece, Ayena, Yeshimu, Yachradwin, say, Ubia Benya Kunya, no bits me, Achradwin, young bonds, I'm not offer. Let's work within the time. Yabesre, Obin Funkumu, Mobin Fumunya, Ebia, Diawamba Betremoko, Wamayam from Swap, but Yabesre will say, Yenin Shishano, so no Bianya, Adaji, and soon Fembisa.
That's it. Mpocho wa from Rama to Usman. Meda ikuano, ikua ya ajongo oye palm kernel oil processing. Mpocho omani oyam de galamise na nkuti na mpanyinfo wohu. Na onwana wodua robes so wa hawa adwen. Roba no edua na sa wodua bibi fofora onye ye. Bebia yakoto ya adwi yako aguna na nonkwado mbi owo ho no wejuru mbe na egu na wedua robes ye henso wonwana woya ngukokko no waya na henso yenya adwi ye de beye edwuma nde kwa bebra nsana enya adwi ni bi na ato nti ya besra mpanyinfo sa wobodua robes no mpo a mbia na osi wono mama wonjurungu wonko hwe asase foforo na wondua robes no banchi na ade no baaye din hina ofidam nkrofo no se wodua na se wodua ediban na onye ye na ma otodo ebien mpocho ye ku wose yan register ye edwuma na ya register wo GEA Debia wabama ya meetings, wabama hana grants, ya waye business plan, mo sede ye bia ya ye. Debia na waba, ye meeting, ye day, opportunity bia ba, wabama hana grants, ye bibia ria, Ebochana ebisa wasa adam program no we chom. Onye kuru onye bien. Last time ya bede mhala. Oye former regional minister no onye be ye meeting. Okasa bebre no so opportunity kuriyala. Onye mi de ye be bisa question nti oka be ye 5 minutes ma we wie no no sorry no kwai. Question no ye bisa ya mpemfu ka che hende nimpodo ya no no onyi ho. Nti yesre ye henso sabio. Yamba wako schools akasi ejuma nkiti ala ye why wo degree why wo masters na ebotu he no ye ejuma ma embu he ni bi nti yesre grants no eya momo onfa ndada hen wonfa mehen na ye ejuma onkodo medahwana ase na mpocho mo to de bien yamba na woko universities no salata musha one peda woman one kwan ma woko akaye ye hanso ye sele ye no 5 times a day nti yasra hwan mpanyinfo wanhwa ho mehen na ye mesi amba no won ijab no so wanhwa mehen mo twa to politicians iyo kwamo hwan yasra oye na abato ta musha na waba communities wapamrenti a wobegyina ma wan no odre adwuma time na wase for wo CV bra bia anya obia so na wo CV ode ba kire nti meda hwana ase makasa ya
yo opanyina etegum wo from Francisco Finyame me Asaka Boafo Yana Farmers Association, one gum train. Da Odikan Medino Aya Asembisa na Junichira so na da Odikan in there. Anna Embrano wo Uhona Sabia Warrior School, one bra, obo one huban, that will fee a school, Ibo Payala, no will Juma Reye. Another. Ye jam of mana wan kasa wa fa wotri na wotu kwan na woko wu Libya bulema na ono yakor doctor de bien Ghana ekuafo nkanka koko ekuafo eba ni hyehyai ina owo koko mbra obo koko no ho ban osanda se yehu de se mbra wo koko ho ede won saka koko krupa wachewa oye ya enche wo mabinimo kwan ma wontwetwa koko bebre wontungu wabra yenyina na yenyim de koko no ono ne the backbone of Ghana economy inti wanhwa ho mfa mahen ina akada wode ma ekuafa ubotum da ye dwuma na wode aboa Ghana man wanhwe na ne ho mbra na wonya ne dam afi ejuma yefo mara ma ye dwuma na ma ba pension enkankala etichafo se ejuma yefo ko ejuma na wapona webe fia oya pension sika kitikitibi na woda kita obinu wonsem na so ebinu de wale ba sika wode ban wobodin kirewa oya tete ebaninti na obendam anamna no nyijim wom emra no otwetwa gibinim na otone binim ana masem bisanyin afi do twatu no NCC yeye moframa ana wokonkrase wokobo aban ne hyehyɛ hu dawur inda demadi wetwam yenhu bio ena ye mamenem a onwere wotena punu wobegyadi da hone nuanem bi ina hon nananem bi wonkrase a wonte brofo ena wodi brofo no wodi ye edwuma akasakasi ebibi te de GDP indicators economic day yo pambo we krase we nala onte intade wore ye no na wore ye ndan we yama honanem inti munsusunyi de wanhwa mbra num yei na do se de wode ba wo hia kasa hia de kasem ema wo bo NCC fo hwane asrim ma wodi hudwuma no wondi hudwuma mfama han wonda hona ase
yo we de mesre ensem no bi ebinomo edikan aboso da enti ye besre se dia aboso da no na ye montra na emfa nsem foforo emfa ne kwa mu so that we make judicious use of the time. Mr. Mopa, and meanwhile, the timer is on. 2 minutes, 25 seconds is good enough time.
Thank you, MC. Please, I'm Giftie Franyineku from Takwan Sayem and Girl Child Coordinator at the Ghana Education Service, Takwa. Please, mine is on Article 17, which talks about right to freedom and right to equality and then freedom from discrimination. Right now, we are advocating for STEM education in the country. But as our area is more of the mining companies, what we've realized is whenever we have discussions with the girls, all that they will say is, when we are done with the course, getting a job becomes a problem for them. Because some of the companies prefer employing more male than the female. So I suggest that as we are doing constitution review, when it comes to that area, if there is a clause that limits the gender aspect from employment, I suggest that something should be done so that that thing can manifest in the life of our ladies. And also, I suggest that we expand the grounds for the non-discrimination, just to boost the morale of the girls to also pursue this advocacy that we are having in the country. And at the same time, if there are some mandates or measures that we can use to promote the equal opportunity in the country for the girls to, or women to also be employed more in the mining or to also make good use of the STEM education, I think that one will help most of our women and then the girls. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ebenezer Hajide. I am a local government service staff. So I also have some few recommendations. So the first one is has to do with the Office of the Attorney General. I want to propose that we decouple it from the Office of the Minister of Justice, so we can have an independent Attorney General, just as like it is in other jurisdictions. Then also the point about the president having to appoint a majority of his or her ministers from parliament. I also think that has outlived its purpose, and that the president should appoint the ministers from outside parliament so that parliamentarians can be focused on doing their job in parliament. Then also the immunity clause for presidential immunity, I think that has also outlived its usefulness, and that it should go so that presidents can be held accountable for crimes they commit in office. Then the next one has to do with the Council of State. I want to propose that it should be elevated to some sort of a second chamber of parliament with the right composition and giving the power to actually put the president in check, so that we can look at its composition being various professional bodies, traditional authorities, and all other people from the various segments of society, so that their recommendations can be binding, so that it is not merely an advisory body. And the last one, okay, so the next one, this one, I want to depart a little from what seems to be the everybody's going. It has to do with the election of MMDCs. Yes, I have a different opinion. I don't think that, yes, the current situation may not be perfect, but I don't think that election of MMDC comes to solve anything, because I believe that elections do not always produce the best outcomes. And in this country, elections has been used to, sometimes tame down people from doing the right things. Because on paper, yes, and in theory, when you give people the opportunity to elect their own leaders, it is good and all that. But when it comes to our peculiar situation, I don't see how, and elections in this country has become very, very expensive. And we know that when we talk about corruption, one of the key reasons is because elections have become very expensive, and then politicians spend so much during election campaigns, and once they win power, they need to recoup that money. A lot of them, they are sponsored by people, and these people has to be compensated one way or the other. So let's take, for instance, if you go to a place like a Galamsey district, I don't think any elected DC will be able to fight Galamsey there. Because, if you are not lucky, even the Galamseyers are the ones who come out and contest and win the election and become the DC there. And once they win, because they have the money, the resources, and once they win, it becomes free for all. So I don't think that we need to elect them.
So in
then
that
the
case,
last one has
what
to
is
do
your
with
recommendation? Before you proceed, then in that case, what is your recommendation?
Yes, so I think we should maintain the current, the status quo.
The current arrangement,
yes,
as it is.
As it is. Okay. Yes, and then the last one is the appointment of the government appointee system. It says 2 people said it should be scrapped, but I think that it should be there because the assembly is not only for technocrats and all that. We have people who also has knowledge and can help in shaping the assembly, but may not stand for election and all that. They also deserve to be heard. Even the people who have not been to school before and all that, are mothers in the market who may have not been to school and all that, they also deserve to have a voice. We have people like women, traditional authority, the clergy people. Some of these people may not want to put themselves out there for elections because, of course, it comes with its own consequences. People will insult them and all that, so they would like to be in their corner. But this government appointee system is an opportunity to appoint them there so that they can also bring their knowledge and expertise to bear. Thank you very much.
Very well. Chairman, please, this is the 15th one, so I don't know whether you'd want us to continue. All right. So let's finish off with the rule.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my name is Alberta Kofi from CSO sector. Ghana's constitution defines an adult age at 18 years or older. Yet, the consent age for sex is at 16. This discrepancy poses risks to the girl child's development and progress. For instance, Ghana Demographic Health Survey 2019 indicates that 14.1% of teenage pregnancy occurred. Again, 90% of girls in Ghana are married before age 18, according to UNICEF 2020 report. In addition to that, sexual violence, 1 in 5 girls in Ghana experience sexual violence before age 18, according to Ghana Statistical Service 2019 report. We all know that this is not good for Ghana. And so, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the Constitution realign the age of sexual consent with adult age of 18 to protect girls, promote healthy development, and reduce exploitation.
Yeah, but your statistics, the statistics you are producing from UNICEF, says that about a large percentage of girls are already sexually active before 18, right? And they get pregnant and they marry before 18 illegally. So if you are solving the problem, why are you raising the age to 18?
No, the issue is that because there's a provision for the 16 years, so even if you are not 18 years, it means you can have sex.
Sure.
And if you have sex, naturally, they are not of matured age where they can think about the consequences. And so
but if you raise it to 18, it won't stop them from doing what they are doing.
No, at least it will protect them.
But why don't you bring it down to 16?
The adult age.
Why are you not bringing the marriage age down to 16?
Mr. Chairman, the issue is that at 16, the girl child is not matured enough to think through. Even if she should give consent, she wouldn't have the knowledge to think that, oh, I might get pregnant, and so I should not give consent at that age.
But what problem are you trying to solve? I thought the problem you were trying to solve, right, is that you have pegged the age of sexual consent at 16, and you have another age for marriage at 18.
Yes.
Meanwhile, at 16, right? They are still, you say, they are still getting pregnant. Yes. They are still getting married, even. Maybe informally, they are not registering it, but they are still doing, they are almost playing the roles of married people. What problem exactly are you trying to solve with this, moving it to 18?
Mr. Chairman, they are getting pregnant at 16 because the provision, the current 16 years, is the legal. And so if the male partner goes in for the underage person, he will see it as normal, which the law permits. But if it is raised to 18,
they'll stop having sex.
At least the male partner would know that, no, even if the girl gives consent, I'll be prosecuted. That is the essence.
I see what you're saying.
All can say yes, no, about was 16, no one am develop it over to my oba. It's if so have them sex next or on sana. But it didn't bobu obey in some baby, yes, someone. What from there 18?
Inti Mamibi Sande say Benina only besia below 18 only than obisa aging you raise it to call 18 about stop Benin from going for that girl.
To some extent, Mr. Chairman, to some extent. Support.
Please, I want to support my sister as we are there.
And hear better. No,
so, Mr. Chairman, as you've already indicated, it will in a way prevent or reduce the incidence, because at the age of 16, the male partner will think that, oh, the law backs me. And so if the girl gives consent at 16, there is nothing wrong legally. But if it is raised to 18 years, at least it will conform with the adult age of 18 per the Constitution. And so it will, to some extent, deter the male partners or the males from engaging underage girls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take it to the last in the row.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine has to do with Article 71. My name is Honorable Emmanuel Owewe, Shama Municipal Assembly. I'm the presiding member. So, Chairman, we have Article 71, 3 categories of individuals that we vote for in this country. We vote for president, we vote for members of parliament, and we also go and queue and vote for assembly members. But when it comes to emolument and end of service benefits, you realize that there is a provision in the Constitution for the president. We have that of the members of parliament. But for assembly members, absolutely nothing of that sort. You get to the end of year and then they will tell you, a letter will come from local government that municipal pay 150, metropolis pay 200, this assembly pay 50 Ghana. This disparity doesn't speak all of us. So I think for a monument of assembly members end of year benefit, it should also be part of Article 71. It should be enshrined in the Constitution, since it's the same electoral commission that conducts elections for all the 3 categories. That is my point. Number 2, we thank God, President has issued directive and assembly members are going to take allowances. It should be in our Constitution, so that it won't be like a political promise. Another party will come and will decide that for allowances to assembly members, for us, there's no need. Let us scrap it off. I am calling for it to have a backing in the Constitution so that it becomes part and parcel of the system. And then my final one, there are some categories or group of people who think going to cast your votes or decide on election day is useless.
I don't know if you can make a provision somewhere in the constitution that when it comes to national election, be it presidential, parliamentary, assembly election, every citizen will have to be forced, will have to be pushed to the poll to go and cast his votes. I think we can do it that way, and it will help all of us. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished guests in this place. Thank you for this opportunity once again. I represent the Ghana National Association of Garages, an organized body of artisans, mechanics, and industrial service providers who play a vital role in Ghana's informal sector and national development. So today, Mr. Chairman, I stand not to speak just as a secretary, but as a voice for thousands of skilled workers across Ghana who remain invincible in constitutional and policy structures, despite our profound economic and social contributions. So I would want to use this precedent that I believe Ghana can emulate, that is from Italy's Constitution, Article 45, which explicitly recognizes the social function of corporate and artisan groups, encouraging and protecting them. And in South Africa too, the Constitution promotes cooperative governance and grassroots economic empowerment. So these progressive examples prove that constitutional recognition of artisans is neither abstract or new. In Ghana, while the 1992 Constitution broadly speaks of economic rights and participation, it is silent on the role of artisan cooperatives like ours, the Ghana National Association of Garages. This gap has left many vulnerable to eviction, land grabs, exclusion from policy, and a lack of access to financial or training support. Even with the existence of laws like the Cooperative Societies Act 1968, Companies Act 2019, the National Employment Policy 2015, and the Local Government Act 2016, Ghana does have laws and policies that touch on cooperatives and associations, but are not constitutional guarantees. Our members employ thousands of young people, especially school leavers. They train apprentices across generations. They support families without state welfare. They drive the repair and maintenance industry essential for transportation and trade. Yet we are sidelined in local assembly decisions, denied designated land spaces, and absent from national economic planning. So we propose a constitutional article mirroring the spirit of Italy's article and that of Kenya, Rwanda, and South Africa that recognizes the existence and role of artisan groups and cooperatives, that commits the state to protect and support these groups through training, financing, legal rights, and infrastructure, and ensures also the representation in decision-making at both local and national levels, which also mandates the parliament to enact enabling laws for these purposes. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we believe that the constitutional reforms must go beyond the formal economy and speak to the realities of the hardworking men and women in the informal sector. A reformed constitution should be inclusive, protective, and empowering, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of sector, is guaranteed opportunity, dignity, and support. We thank the CRC, that is the Constitution Review Committee, and the NCC for this opportunity on behalf of the Ghana National Association of Garages and all artisans and skills.
Is it in print?
Yes, please.
You want to give it to us?
Yeah, I intend to send it to the mail, the submission Constitution Review.
But if you give us the hard copy too, that would be fine.
I don't have a hard copy, it's a soft copy. So I'll do it quickly and send it to you. Thank you very much.
Very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Newman Johannes Bogo, former teacher or a retired teacher. My name is Newman Johannes Bogo, a retired teacher and a member of the NDC, coming as a regional election directorate representative. Yeah, my suggestions or submissions are just three, very short. That is presidential vacuum. recently presidential vacuum. Recently, the vice president was outside, the president was outside, and there was a need that there's a vacuum. They were even calling on the head of the president to come and answer for breach of constitutional provisions. I think the line should be properly documented in the Constitution. And once the president, the vice president, the Speaker of Parliament, they have all taken the oath of office. Once one person is not there, the other one takes over. There's no need that you need to, the Speaker has to be sworn in or that, no. So if the president should travel and the vice travels about 20 times, he has to be sworn in 20 times. There should be a provision in the Constitution to cater for that. Then also, I also want to talk about a 4-year term of office for both the president and maybe the parliamentarians. I think there should be some extension or should be review for a better work to be done. Then,
so there are, you want the term to be increased to 5, 6, or is that what you are talking about? Or
7.
7 times 2 or 7 one time?
7 ones.
7 once. And this applies to both the president and the
parliamentarians.
The MPs will be very happy.
All right, so then the last one is about taking part in the general elections. The last speaker was just saying, one of the speakers was just saying that it should be made compulsory. Yeah, the issue we are having here is that when it is time for elections, we have registration, after registration, before the elections. And where you might have registered, you might not be there on the election day. Then if there is a time lapse, you may transfer your votes or you may make a proxy. But if it happens all of a sudden, then it means you went somewhere else, outside the jurisdiction. It means you cannot participate in the elections. But once we are in the IT system now, I think there should be a way out that wherever you find yourself in the country, you should be able to vote, and your vote will reflect in your constitution and your constituency. So provisions should be made for that. Thank you.
Just before Mr. Kpogo goes away, just to find out from you quickly, what is your justification for saying that it should be 7 years? I mean, we have your proposal, but why 7 years? What is wrong with the current arrangement?
Okay. You know, when they take office, that is because within the first year, you are now going to appoint your ministers, you now organize yourself. So you have barely 2 years to work. Because in the 4th year, you're also preparing for another elections. So they mostly don't actually execute what they come in to do. And that is why most of the time, they're forced to go in for a second term. But if you have these 7 years, at least you have 5 solid years to work. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eric Ababio. I work with Ghana Revenue Authority. I want to start from where my elder brother ended. I will propose that the term of the presidency should be extended to 5 years times 2. The reason is simply that he's just said some. You are voted into power and you have the prerogative power to appoint so many people, and it takes a lot of time. By the time you are done, you have barely spent about half year of your term, and you will now be started with the work. Now, as we speak, the current government is doing a lot of audits, and you can see that they are working, but you don't really see much because they don't have enough time. So my proposal to the last gentleman is to ask for 5 years times 2, and the reason is that to have more time, so that, but the MPs should be also 5 years, and you are elected another 5 years, if only you can win. But to come to my submission,
I agree with every submission that have been made here. Cutting down on the appointments of the president, the heads of security and all that. But I'm looking around to see beautiful people who are here. The last review is 14 years on the shelf. 14 years. And when I Googled, it says that prior to this, a Constitution Review Commission was established in 2010 to consult with the public, as we are doing here, on the operation of the 1992 Constitution and propose amendments. This commission, sadly, submitted its report in, it's not there, sadly it's not there, I put it there. Submitted its report in 2011. And the government is currently studying the report. How sad. 14 years. It's so sad sometimes when we put ourselves into getting something done. I can see how important this review is for all of us. But equally, I'm sure we would have had other serious and important engagements to have, been doing if not for this one. But we've all had time to come. Can we please make this work? So as I bring my submission to, I want to look straight into the camera and talk to Mr. President. Your Excellency, this is your second coming back to power. It's very interesting and very exciting. Particularly, I'm excited and interested in it too. I pray that your reset agenda will take this on board, and all the things that we've spent time all over the regions will be taken on board, and we'll take it seriously this time and implement them. Because we cannot always try to build, and when we build it, we collapse it. 14 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the first batch of questions and propositions have been fielded. So we'll go in, and Mr. Chairman and the panel will actually give their responses, and then we'll take a snack break. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Paramount Chief of Axim Traditional Area, Aulai Atibrukusu, as well as Nana Berima Eko Jisa the second, who also are in a mess. Aulai Atibrukusu, with utmost recognition, the Omahine of Axim. Aulai. Yes, sir.
Answer one question.
Aula Ngamatuejan. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, Jura traditional area. Very well.
Okay, so let me just respond to the last point of the last speaker. Then we'll break for snack and then we'll come back. Sure, so it's been on the shelves for 14 years. That is true. I think one thing we have to also understand about the constitutional review process is that ultimately it is a political process, which means that once we are done, just as the last commission, once we're done with these engagements and we write our report, the process requires bipartisan consensus. To amend a non-entrenched clause, even one, you require 2/3 in Parliament. To amend entrenched clauses, as we said, you would have to go to a referendum where at least 40% of the voters must go to cast the vote, and of those voting, 75% must say yes to the proposal because you can pass it. In the last 14 years, has there been a bipartisan opportunity even for the non-entrenched clauses? So you can have the constitutional review report, but if there's no opportunity to build consensus around the proposals, you can't do anything. Remember, we had an opportunity in 2019 to go to a referendum or even in Parliament. There were just two proposals. One of them was to elect MMDCEs, which can be done in Parliament because it's non-entrenched. The other was to include political parties in the elections at local government level, which is entrenched. Those proposals did not proceed. Why? Because they couldn't even get 2/3 in Parliament on the first one. As for the referendum, forget it at all. Right? So that ended. So it's not because anybody prefers to keep the thing on the shelves. The fact is that in the last 14 years, we have not had an opportunity where there has been national consensus to move the process forward on either the entrenched clauses or the non-entrenched clauses. This time around, I think that momentum is there. There's an opportunity from the conversations we've had. You know, I mentioned the various people we've spoken to, past presidents, current president of the two parties. There is a sense that we have to move forward with the reform, right? So it is not, I mean, it's true it's 14 years, but there's a reason why nothing has been done in the last 14 years. You need consensus in the country. It is not a one-party project. You need consensus to amend a constitution because it's a national document. So I think this opportunity is there this time for us to do it. And so I think that the assurances we have are very firm. This time around, there will be an outcome from this process. Right? Whether or not it includes proposal A or proposal C, we cannot guarantee. But this will go forward and we will bring finality to the process. Thank you. A 15-minute
One and so and someone won akachino. Now one so on the atuja. Nafide we are na yasan aba to the main role. And we'll go to the persons with disability so that they can have their shot at it. And well, I hear they are now coming back, but we'll resume. Then if they come back, then we can take their suggestions and propositions. So you're most welcome from the break, and I believe everything went well. It's worth it. So we'll go and take the roll again. Kindly, let's pay attention to the timer. Please, let's pay attention to the timer. So we'll take some remarks from the chair. We'll take remarks from the chair. Then we'll set the ball rolling again. So at this material moment, the esteemed chair, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Maybe Takoradi may not have filled all the seats in the room, but I think you have succeeded in filling our notebooks with a lot of very, very insightful and interesting ideas and proposals. So what you may not have given us in quantity, you have given us plenty in quality. So I must commend you for and maybe the room cannot be easily filled because it's big. It's bigger than some of the rooms we've had. So, but it's been very, very interesting. Really, very insightful points that you've made. My colleagues and I will not be able to respond to all of them. In fact, it's not really a response as such, because we're just supposed to take your contributions and your notes, but some of them we can engage in a little bit of a conversation around some of the points you have made. So this, Mr. Musa Adamu started us off talking about this post-retirement contract, Article 1994, which is an amendment, an earlier amendment to the Constitution. And your point is that we should democratize it by extending it more or less to the private sector. Some provisions of the Constitution apply to all persons, which is whether private or public, natural or artificial person. But there are some also that apply only within the public services or in the public sector or to government. In fact, usually most constitutions apply mostly to government. It regulates the behavior of government and public officials and public institutions. And when it affects private people, it tends to give them rights as opposed to obligations. Our constitution mixes them somewhat, but extending the idea of post-retirement contract to private citizens or to private companies, that is not the approach the Constitution takes. In fact, in some companies, don't even make you retire at 60. In some private companies, you can work beyond 60 years. So it's an interesting idea, but I think it would have to think it through. Maybe it's something that can be taken up by statute if it's even something that you think from a policy standpoint. Why would you want to force a private company to renew your contract for 2 years? The effect you might have is that they may not even renew your contract at all. If you force them to, instead of giving you 6 months, and you say private companies should renew post-retirement contracts for a minimum of 2 years, the effect you might produce is that they may not even be willing to do it even for 6 months. But it's an interesting proposal. I think we'll think through it. The composition of the assembly issue has come up a lot in our engagements so far. In fact, I think the second thematic engagement we had was on local government and decentralization. And it's one of the big issues that are before us. I have read already that the president, when he was swearing in or inaugurating the MMDCs, indicated that that may well be the last time that a president gets to appoint MMDCs, trying to signal that we may be moving towards elections. And in fact, that is the current majority opinion. I don't mean majority in parliament, but the majority sentiment among Ghanaians is that we should elect MMDCs. Now, we've heard a lot of very interesting perspectives on the election of MMDCs at this forum, particular forum in Takoradi, including the caution that if we begin to elect, we may well get situations, for example, the Galamsey example was made, that in some communities it would mean that the MMDC will get captured by those with money. This is a very important point, that elections do not necessarily solve all the problems, may actually compound the problems. And one of the things we've told ourselves as a committee is that in this kind of work that we're doing, we are adopting a problem-solving approach, which means that we are seeking to solve actual problems that confront us as Ghanaians. We're not going to import any ideas just because somebody else is doing it in their country. If it doesn't solve our problem, we will not take it seriously. But we've also told ourselves that we should not do anything or recommend a measure or course of action that will make our situation worse, that will compound a problem. So it's a very important point. It also tells us that this MMDC issue, it's not a simple question of elect or do not elect. It's a very complicated issue. Somebody mentioned here and that, for example, the number of districts is way too many for a country the size of Ghana, or a country with our economy. 261 districts or more is a huge burden. On the ground, it also means that in some areas, we have districts that don't even have a basic economic base. They don't even have, most districts are supposed to rely on property taxes, market tolls, all of these things. And some of them don't even have markets. Some districts don't have markets where they can even collect basic tolls. And yet they've been created, either because the chief demanded it, the party demanded it, the people demanded it, and so the president just creates it. But once you create it, and the district is supposed to be the engine to drive local economic development, if you create a district that doesn't have any resources, what have you achieved? So there are people like the brother here who make the same proposal, that we should actually reduce the number of districts. We should merge some so that we have a few, as opposed to 261, we have a number that makes sense from an economic point of view, so that you have enough of a local economy that you can work with in terms of mobilization of resources. This is especially the case in the big cities. Let's take Accra. Accra, the national capital city area, now has grown. Billions of people live there, and the question is, what is the right number of districts or MMDAs to be in Accra? If we start to elect mayors, if we just say election, let's say the 2019 amendments had succeeded, and we started to elect MMDCAs. we may well have elected about 20 or so mayors in Accra alone. How exactly will that work on the ground? You do waste management, you collect refuse in maybe Ayawaso somewhere, you cross the boundary, then another one district is here, then it's very difficult. You're doing urban roads, you just cross one, then you are in a different area, you can different jurisdiction, you have to stop. You can't even manage the city, right? So the many cities, much bigger than Accra, have only one mayor around the world. And they still manage to work, except that they will make sure that if you have one mayor at the center, then maybe the smaller areas or the electoral areas will have like town councils, and you may elect, maybe or appoint a deputy mayor, some arrangement. But this issue is not an issue of just elect or do not elect. So I'm very happy that some of the proposals that we have heard today have seemed to understand the nuances in this MMDC election problem. The one other question is, if we are going to elect, would it be on party or no party basis? One of the proposals assumes that, or would want us to do it on a party basis, or at least want us to restrict it to the ruling party, so that you're not going to have any part of the country where the opposition party would elect a mayor. That is also an issue for debate, right? Those who disagree with that view say that, look, one of the reasons why we should let parties compete is that currently the country at any one time is governed by only one party. The party that elects the president and that elects the majority in parliament governs Ghana alone. Even if you have a stronghold as an opposition party, even if you have a stronghold in Takoradi or in Cape Coast or in Bolga, and you lose the national elections, you don't participate in governance at all. So some people also say, well, we must move away from this winner-take-all and let us allow opposition parties, if they are able to win a seat in an urban area or in a regional capital, let them also participate in governance at that level. Then some people will come back and say, well, but that will cause a problem, because what if the government doesn't send development there, and it's all kinds of issues. Then you say, well, let's elect only independent candidates, no party. So we don't allow parties to become involved. How do we deal, for example, with the number of candidates who may get up to contest the election? If we just say today we want to elect a mayor, MCE in Takoradi, how many people do you think will show up to register to become candidates in that election? Could be 30, 40. How do we choose? How do we eliminate so that we have a small enough number that somebody can get a majority? So there are a lot of questions, but I think that one of the first issues that we must think about is this election, this question about money in our politics. If we are going to elect MMDCs, say in a Galamsey area, the point that the gentleman made is a very important one. We don't want to go into an election where the people with the most money in the district, regardless of how they made their money, they may be drug dealers or whatever, Galamsey kingpins, will just basically sponsor their candidate to win. And then what do? It's happening in other countries where drugs, cocaine, and other things, they have been able to elect all the way to electing presidents. And we have to be concerned about that. So if we are going to elect MMDCs, it must come together with other reforms, like how do we take money out of that election? how do we restrict that election in such a way that you cannot do the same things we do currently in our elections, where you can spend any amount of money, nobody knows where the money is coming from. That will be dangerous for us, right? So it's a very important step that we are about to embark upon as a country, but more important than just electing, we should think through the implications and the consequences of electing, and therefore try to mitigate the negative aspects that will come with the election. So as many of the cautions that you have given us, I think it's very important. Those of you who also say, look, let's keep it the same way, let's just modify it a little bit. Somebody wants to do away with government appointees. One of the uses to which government appointees were supposed to be put originally was that we could use it to represent chiefs and queen mothers, for example, those who are not allowed or who cannot compete fairly in an election. Currently, we don't allow chiefs to participate in elections. So we could use that opportunity to represent them at the local level. We could also use it to represent people who can compete in an election, but we know that given the society we live in, discrimination and other things, they may not get elected easily. Persons living with disabilities, women candidates. So maybe we can still keep them, but maybe we should be very clear who we can use it for, so that it doesn't become just another place to represent the party people and stuff like that. So there are a lot of conversations that need to happen around it. The issue of the emoluments for assembly members. Currently, only the presiding member is in the Constitution as entitled to be paid by the Assembly. The question that has also come up, if you are going to elect your mayor, must the mayor's pay come from Accra? No, this is in fancy they will say, "Sa aswara nawara tolpret." So, if we are going to elect our mayor, should the money continue to come from the consolidated fund? Or must we give local authorities enough financial autonomy, financial incentives, maybe a bigger tax base, so that they can raise the money and take care of their own recurrent expenditure at the local level? If we elect mayors, must we still give MPs, District Assembly Common Fund, a share of it? The case for giving them a share of it will diminish significantly once local communities start electing their mayor. So a lot of these changes are things that we are thinking about. And I think, it's really good that you have raised many of these issues at this forum. And it's very helpful. Some of the thinking that you have forced us to think about I think are extremely helpful. But think through further. Those of you who are able to submit written memoranda, what we are mostly interested in on this election of MMDC is, because it appears that it will happen. Okay, at this point, I think there is consensus among Ghanaians in the political class, among the parties, that we want to elect. What we are not sure about is how to elect, so that we don't create new problems. Right? So the president himself has indicated that it's not just him. Every survey that we have looked at, majority of Ghanaians want the election of MMDCs. But how should we go about it? Should we elect every district at the same time? Should we merge some of them? Should we start in the regional capitals first, so that we almost like a pilot, we start it on a small scale. If it works, we observe it for some time, then we can open it up. Should we do parties or no parties? Money in politics, campaign, how should we regulate it so that we don't make the mistake that the gentleman is cautioning us against, so that illegal money will not capture these elections, right? And what do we do about chiefs once we start electing? Currently, some local chiefs have some influence in the choice of MMDCs. It's not in the constitution, but they may have some say. Once you start electing, they don't have much of a say, right? How do we bring traditional authorities into the local government system once we start electing? What is the role? What role should we give them? Should they remain? Should we give them the seats, the 1/3, some of a specific number of the 1/3, so that they can participate in the assembly? Should they have a vote? Should they chair some committees, maybe committee on the environment or on land, whatever? Then there are other issues that have come up in our conversations around, and somebody mentioned it, mining or natural resources. Somebody says we should increase the percentage of the royalty to 40%. Currently, I don't even know that, that entitlement is there as such, right? When we met with one of the former presidents, he was very clear to us that in his view, having been on the seat, he doesn't think that the current provision in the constitution that says that every mineral found in Ghana is vested in the president in trust for the people of Ghana should remain. He thinks that local communities, if we don't include traditional rulers and local communities in the management of natural resources, from the award of concessions or mining rights or whatever, to the benefit sharing, we can't solve the Galamsey problem, right? So there's a lot of thinking going on around these issues, around really transforming our local areas. As we've driven through the country on this assignment, you look around, the country is very underdeveloped across the board. And it's for a wealthy country, potentially wealthy country like this, the state of development of our local communities, including mineral-rich areas, it's not good. And something can be done if we do the right choices in the constitution around natural resource governance. We might help to solve some of these problems. So this is how we are approaching our task in terms of problem solving the issues, right? And some of the ideas we are getting from here, I think, are helpful in that direction. So you continue to think along those lines and help us. The idea of reserving, in fact, we started our conversation in Accra with natural lands and natural resources. And there was a certain sense that as a country, we are not benefiting from our natural resource endowment. Now, this proposal about small-scale mining being reserved for Ghanaians, I thought that was the situation now. It's not? I don't know. I mean, it's not in the Constitution, but it is, right? Yeah. So I was a bit surprised. I mean, so it's just that people are finding ways around it, and the man mentioned compradors and others. People are finding ways around it to let Ghanaians front, and then maybe a foreign hand is behind it, and all of those things. But there is a certain sentiment that Ghanaians and the country must begin to benefit from our natural resource endowment, and that we have not. So again, this is not a foreign idea. I think there is indeed support for that kind of idea. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time to talk about the connection between the local government reform and the natural resource management and the role of chiefs. Because a lot of conversation is going on around it. The question about the chiefs is a very important one. Also, I think, a lot of the changes we are discussing would be the first time in the history of Ghana that would have happened. Electing MMDCs is something that takes place in other African countries. Dakar has been electing their mayor for a long time. Freetown elects their mayor, Nairobi, and not just capitals across the country. They elect. We would be one of the last democracies in Africa or in the world. We are one of the last where the central government still appoints MMDCs or mayors. This has been the arrangement from the colonial period, where the governor would appoint the DC or the district commissioner or stuff like that. So it's a big change. It would also be the first time, if we are to do it, that we would bring chiefs into local government. We have not done it. So we are trying, if you are trying to do all these big things at the same time, you have to think it through properly, because you don't want to make a mistake and regret it. Right? So it really will require a lot of input, a lot of insights for us to get it right, so that we will not be creating new problems. That is the thing we have to avoid, creating new problems. So I think it's a very important conversation to have. Our natural resource management, I think Galamsey has given us a wake-up call that if we don't change the way we are organizing the governance of natural resources, we may be very well in trouble, especially as resources are found all over the country. We may create a big problem that we cannot manage. So this may be the right time for us to really confront this question and get as many good ideas as possible on how, at least within the Constitution, we can give a framework, some guiding principles, and then maybe Parliament then in a law can flesh it out some more. You know, but it's really a very important question. So we shouldn't think this is just about Parliament, executive. No, it's about daily livelihood for us as Ghanaians and how development is going to be constructed. So it's very important. The excessive powers of the president is another pet issue. Everybody wants the president to have fewer powers. Of course, you know, too much power is tempting. And I think the president themselves don't like a lot of the power that is given them. You can tell that from the fact that even though the president has the power to pick MMDCs, it is the president themselves who are now asking that that power should be taken. This is 261 appointments you are giving up. So already they've given it up indirectly by letting the local party people take care of it, because they don't know these people. The president sitting in Accra doesn't know a lot of the people he's appointing. So it's a burden for them. So they are willing to give up some of the power, right? The challenge is which of these, the various jobs or appointments that the president makes, should stay with the president, which one should go to an independent body, which one should be handled by the Public Service Commission, and all of those things. Every job is different. The risk around every job is also different. Some people even want the soldiers to elect their own chief of defense staff. Now that one will be chaos, right? I mean, because we are so fed up with the president having too much power, we may also go the other extreme and leave a president who can't function. The president must have certain powers to appoint so that he can control them. For example, nobody has said we should take the power of the president to appoint his own ministers. That one is agreed because they are politicians and they can do that. Where the issue is now is IGP, Chief Justice, Electoral Commissioner, even the Chief Justice, Electoral Commissioner. I think we understand that because they are independent offices, the role of the president should be very limited. Where it becomes interesting is IGP and other jobs. Protecting citizens is the primary job of government. If you have somebody you can't control, you didn't pick, you can't remove, there could be an issue. But it's also a career job. It's also a professional job. So how do you balance professionalism in the police service, in the security services, with political accountability so that you are not going to get a situation where you've lost control, right? So these are the balances. There are no straight answers. I'm just trying to describe the kind of task that is before us, is that we are not looking, there's no straightforward answer to a lot of these things. You have to balance things. You have to do a trade-off. You give some here, you take some here. You know, so that is the kind of challenge which is why we are saying, if you have concrete proposals, give us those proposals. From the different proposals we get, then we can sit down and say, okay, this one from this person is good. We can blend it with this one, and we get a good balance. That is how we are trying to sort the problem out. On the chief side, one thing I shouldn't forget to say is that one of the biggest problems is chieftaincy disputes. And the fact that if we are at a point now where in the colonial period, the argument was that the chiefs don't have much of an education, whatever. And the educated elites of the day were able to convince themselves that because of that, you shouldn't give them all of those powers, give it to them. Now, that situation doesn't exist. And in any case, wisdom, ability to govern and education are not always, they don't always go together. So I think people are now willing to bring chiefs into government or into some arrangement at the local level. The question is, if without the power or without their involvement, there were all these chieftaincy disputes, what is going to happen now that you are even bringing them on board? If you say a local community must get a share of mineral royalties, you want it to be 40%. Let's say 40%. Now that the thing is almost 0 or 1%, look at how many chieftaincy disputes we have. If you take it to 40%, will they not be killing each other? Well, that is no. You have to answer that question. No. Please, sir. No, we'll come to you when we are done. We will come to you when you are done. We want chiefs are currently not held accountable by local communities. We can hold our elected officials accountable. We can remove them in an election. We can't do that to our chiefs. If you transfer power and resources to chiefs, the question is, what is the accountability regime around it? Because currently, if the government owns 100% of the minerals, they must be comfortable that if you are going to cede some of it to chiefs, then there must be an arrangement around it so that we can say, okay, we gave you this amount to take care of the local development. How do we hold you accountable? If you don't give that comfort to the politicians, they will not give up the power. That is all I'm saying, is that because we are at a point where people are now considering this as something we should do, you must give them comfort that if they give you this power, if the people and the politicians give this power to local communities through their chiefs or district assemblies or both, what is the accountability framework around it? So that it is not, we are balancing things the same way I said, trade-off, you take from here, you take from here. But we have to have answers to some of these very difficult questions. Otherwise, I said, it's a political process. They will not change the thing if they are not comfortable. But we know that we are at a point where we must change. So I think that is the point. I will not cut you. I apologize. You will get the opportunity to respond. Everywhere we have gone to, chiefs have been part of the conversation. From Bolga to Tamale to Wa, chiefs are always in the front seat. They contribute. And we have set up a separate arrangement next week. Today's week, we are in Kumasi, National House of Chiefs, Thursday, 9 o'clock, meeting the National House of Chiefs. We know that this issue will come up again. So it is something that is clear, it will come up. But I am just telling you that we are not just interested in the change, but the implications. If you change this here, what will happen there? How do you answer that question? Right? Because there are a lot of local communities that have been deprived of development because of chieftaincy disputes. And we don't want to make those mistakes. Right? So that is so if we are taking power away from the president, we cannot say that, well, we can take it from the president. But as for chiefs, all their powers must remain the same. You there, we can't touch you. Then they will not give you any power. So I think this is just, I'm taking the caution seriously, and I think that we should also be open to that kind of. At the national level, the Council of State argument is also, even those, it's interesting that those of you who want the change at the Council of State level, I didn't hear any one of you saying we should abolish it, which is rare. A lot of people say, oh, we should abolish the national, we should abolish the Council of State, right? But at least here, you are suggesting a different ways of dealing with the issue. Like I said, we are Ghanaians. We have to create institutions that respond to our cultural environment, and that helps us to solve our problems. The idea of a Council of State was born out of this thought that it resembles the Council of Elders in our traditional system, and therefore it is not working currently. It's not working well. I think there is some value there to preserving it, but nobody wants to keep it in the same way it is today. So somebody mentioned composition. How must we change the composition? Currently, 16 people are chosen from the regions through districts, something all the way. The elections have become like party elections. The last time there was violence. It does not help the dignity of that institution if you are going to get on it through violence. Nobody will respect that institution. So people are worried about the composition. Somebody said chiefs and professionals. Actually, that is a good starting point. Some people think we should let, for example, the regional House of Chiefs bring 16 people, not just chiefs or queen mothers, but 16 notables from the region. It could include chiefs, include queen mothers, but any notable. Bring them to the Council of State. Maybe guided by certain qualifications, so that we know that we are bringing people who will add some value. And then others are saying, yeah, let's let some of the professional bodies, bring also a certain number, so that the president's appointees, the number will go down, so that it will be majority independent people that the president hasn't chosen. Then we should give them a few more powers. Maybe they can vet some of the appointees for independent constitutional office. Maybe they can look over a contract for award of natural resources. Maybe they can do X or Y, so that we can also expand their mandate. That way, we are creating a different kind of Council of State, then we can say that once we've created that one, then the advice can be binding on the president. You see, but if it is the way it is now, and you say we should do it that way, it may not work. So there are a lot of thinking. I think the points we've gotten here are extremely useful and helpful in that direction. Just, I think people are understanding the nuances of the problem. It's not just saying, just do this, just do that. And, so the very interesting point about the entrenchment, I think that's a very interesting, that we have entrenched too much in the Constitution. In fact, that is one of the challenges of the committees we are sitting on, is that some of the things many people want to change, it's not easy to change. Because to go to an election or a referendum where 40% of Ghanaians vote and approved by 75% is not easy. But that is what the Constitution says. So this idea of, and I think we entrenched so many of them because we feared that if we made it too easy, a particular government or party will come to power and change certain things that we want to protect, like our fundamental human rights, like the 2-term limit. Term limits have caused a lot of problems in Africa. Many of our neighbors have still not resolved this issue of how many terms a president must serve. Because our term limit provision is entrenched, nobody since 1993 has tried to touch it. You can't do anything to it. Not Rawlings, not anybody, right? So it is one of the protections that we entrenched so that it would prevent any president from just trying to change it. So entrenchment is good for protecting certain things. But if you entrench too much, then you are stuck with a constitution that is not working, but you can't change it. So it's good advice. We can find ways around that idea. But currently on this committee, we are not writing a new constitution. We are only proposing amendments. Right? We cannot write a new constitution because the constitution doesn't allow a new constitution to be written. You know, you can amend certain things. And maybe one of the proposals is that we should amend the amendment procedure itself to allow for a new constitution to be written maybe once every 20 years or once every 25 years or something. Some countries have that in their constitution. So these are all very, very useful ideas that I think we should take on board. I like the interesting provision about, from the Ghana National Association of Garages. Her leadership was telling me on the side, jokingly, that you should give receipts. You know, the artisans. I think this idea that the Constitution tends to only look at the formal sector and people who are in paid employment and can do organized labor, but it's not sufficiently attentive to the reality of the informal sector, and that we must find a way to bring them either into the directive principles of state policy or on the fundamental rights. I think it's a very brilliant idea. But my leadership was reminding me that, once we do that, you people should give us proper receipts so we can tax you properly, you know. And that is how, you know, nations are built. You know, you give some back. And I mean, when we were driving here yesterday from Cape Coast, we were talking about all these abandoned vehicles in our spaces. So here you are asking for space, right? Like district assemblies or government must be able to reserve certain spaces for garages. Sounds like a good idea, because otherwise the abandoned vehicles are littered all over the landscape of the country, and it doesn't make for good land use. So I think it's a very, and I like the comparative example. We will check the constitutions you mentioned: Italy, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda. We will check to see what we have. The number of years for the presidency. We have been asking the presidents about this. 4 years times 2. As for the times 2, I think that everybody wants the times 2 to stay. I think the question is how many years? 4, 5 has been mentioned by some. The issue about, and the argument in favor of that is that, and exactly what the gentleman also proposed, is that the president spent a lot of time starting their government, and then the last year they campaigned. One of the things that have come before us is to this issue of campaign and how it affects governance. In many, many countries, campaign periods are regulated, which means that you can't just get up anytime and start campaigning. You start campaigning only a certain number of weeks or months before a general election. The campaign season has to be opened officially before you can start campaigning. Of course, if you have an opposition party, they can do their politics in parliament. But for you to go and put a billboard or a poster or have a rally or so, there has to be an official declaration that the time for campaigning has started. That happens in a lot of countries. We, unfortunately, once you finish the election, the next day, campaign has started for the next 4 years. So we don't give governments enough time to govern. They are always campaigning. So there are proposals around regulating the campaign period. It also will control the amount of money in politics. Because if you have to campaign for 4 years, the money you spend is different from if you have to campaign for 6 weeks. So there are ways in which we can manage the time for governing so that presidents have enough time to govern, and we may not have to increase it to 5 or 6 years. But currently, there are proposals that maybe 5 years would be a more reasonable time, ×2. But that will, if we were to go to that, that would start a little later. The presidential vacuum situation, I think, is clear. That we shouldn't have this situation where when the president and vice president travel, they are still doing government business. They are still the head of state. They are still president and vice president. If he's giving a speech in the United Nations, there is no reason why we should swear somebody else in as acting president. No country does that. So I think that one is clear that we have to move away. We have to move away from that. So these are some of the interesting points that I have gotten from this meeting so far. There was a very interesting point about the free market. Very, very interesting point. Some of these things can go into regulation. You know, even in the most capitalistic countries like America, you have laws on fair competition. You have laws on price gouging. You know, during COVID, some people were, you know, even arrested in some states in the US for price gouging. It means that you take advantage of an emergency and you are asking for crazy prices. But those things tend to be done by act of parliament in statute. You know, you rarely find it in the Constitution. But I think it's a good point about, you know, we don't regulate anything. Anybody gets up, they charge anything. And yet some people's prices are regulated. You mentioned GPRTU, but also cocoa farmers. We have been regulating cocoa farmers' prices since 1940-something. They never get the world market price for cocoa. We take it, we sell it, and we give them some. So they are the ones who have actually suffered the most in our history in terms of their prices being pegged. And when we give them producer price, we think we have helped them. Actually, it's because they don't know that they could get more money for themselves. So these interventions are necessary even in a free market. And whether or not you put it in the Constitution, I'm not so sure, but at least we can put a principle in there that, you know, at least Parliament must look at this problem of pricing services around the country and stuff like that. So I would leave so that my colleagues can have some reflection. But thank you very much for the insights that you have shared. They've been extremely useful, and we will take them on board. With the permission of my colleagues, I think we can take the next round of questions.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to go to persons with disabilities. And let
me say, the most organized, mobilized voices so far in all of our meetings, from Bolga to Cape Coast, have been persons living with disabilities. Absolutely, some of the most amazing recommendations, some of the most impressive recommendations and insights have come from that constituency, that community, and it's really been very, very enlightening just listening to how they capture the problem that confronts them in a society like this, problems of access, of employment, of treatment, of just not being able to access services in courtrooms, you know, not being able to get interpreters in hospitals, all of these things. And these are very, very, very important issues that if we were sitting by ourselves in Accra without talking to anybody, we would not have gotten those insights. So I have to commend the persons living with disabilities and their advocates for really the immense contribution that they are making to this process. Thank you.
So we'll go to brothers and sisters, persons with disabilities. And for the note takers, one ka fantia so that they can take notes. So we'll go to the right. Mr. Osei.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is James Kofi Osei from Ghana Federation of Disability Organization. Mosuma sama amedreba amde bebre aka na wase namdodo onye den on same kwan. It's my first proposal for the Constitutional Review Committee is the clear separation of powers. That is the three arms of government: legislature, executive, and the judiciary. You know that the legislature makes the law, executive implement, and then the judiciary interpret the law. Please, when we realize that as we are talking about monetary into our election, because the executives, the president appoints ministers from the legislature, that is why there's a problem there. Money goes in there. So I will urge the Constitutional Review Committee to at least let the president or change that constitution, amend the constitution that ministers should be appointed outside from parliament. If you are parliamentarian, go and do your parliamentary work. If you are a minister, go and do your minister work. That is the first one. And when you look at the arms of government, it's legislature is being headed by the Speaker of Parliament, and then the executive by the president, and the judiciary, the Chief Justice. The movement of removal of these heads, legislature and the executive, is very cumbersome. But with the Chief Justice, it's simply easy. When you look at Article 146, very simple for the removal of the Chief Justice. So I will plead with the committee also to at least come out with something that will, the president would not have hand in appointment and the removal of the Chief Justice and all the other constitutional independent bodies. The president should not have hand in them. Then when we come to sentence, when you look at our prisons are overcrowded. So lesser minor offenses, those offenses that are being sentenced for 1 month, 2 months, another 3, should be given community work so that they will not be in prison to add up with the hardening criminals, so that they will also come out and not reform. Community sentences to work in the community so that our prisons will not be overcrowded. And then lastly, concerning Article 71, I will plead with the committee, because when I was the president of Ghana Blind Teachers Association, we proposed, or we sent a proposal to the Fair Wages Commission, Public Sector Commission, and then the SNIT, Ministry for Labor and Employment, that persons with disability had to retire on their salary. But we were told it's a constitutional matter. It's a constitutional matter. So this is the opportunity for us. Now I'm retired. I'm no more in the service. But I'll also plead with the committee so that persons with disability can also be retired on their salary, so that the Constitution can capture them under Article 71. I will use my case as an example to explain why I said persons with disability should be captured in that act. Persons with disability, before they get work, by that time they will work, they are of age. I'm sitting here, I'm a late blind. I completed school and everything, completed Takoradi Polytechnic. I said, RSA 3. But I became blind. At age 35, I went to training college. I came out at the age of 38, going to University of Education, Winneba. So by the time I completed and got married, now I was 48. So here is the time I have my family, children. But when I retired, my children are still young. How can I cater for them? How can I cater for them? Now, I'm receiving, as I'm on pension, I'm receiving 1,500 a month. But when I was working, my net salary was 4,100. But now I'm retired. I'm taking 1,500. So this happens to all persons with disability. By the time they retire, their children are young. And at that age, your medical expenses are so high. So I will plead, since it's a constitutional matter, and the committee is also reviewing the constitution, please add persons with disability to Article 71 so that persons with disability can retire on their salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give it to Chairman.
Pacho, your friend Richard Asari, President for Ghana Federation for Persons with Disability, Western Region. Pacho, Massam say near Dikan, Yabesre, so share government appointees, our district assemblies are. Aya Omoma Yekuta, that's one seat for the district assembly. Na aya a boy in Bibri woho. If you say talking about something like accessibility, our project aya assemblies in the no. Say your rep our honomoa, which make us Emma, a then be assembly basino. Sometimes omo include accessibility a womb. Na your best say if other countries like Kenya and Uganda ni yɛka hona parliament yɛwɔ a rep ɛwɔ parliament house etimi ɛboa yɛn yɛn nso si a yɛbɛyɛ wɔ ase hɔ no nso no otimi present no ɛwɔ hɔ no mo man yɛn enti yɛbɛsrɛ amra moyɛ constitutional review yi nke betimi a nka parliament house mo man yɛn one seat for persons with disability na nka yɛn so yɛasɛm yɛntimi nka no parliament house medase.
So, for the sake of the note takers, Richard Asari, who is the president of the Ghana Federation of Persons with Disability, is intimating that in Kenya and Uganda, there are seats reserved for persons with disability in the parliament. So they are asking for a rep each in consideration of the change in the constitution so that provision will be made for them also in parliament for a rep each.
So this is coming from the Ghana National Association of the Deaf Community. And their proposal is constitutional mandate for inclusive accessibility and representation for persons with disabilities. And they are suggested amendment ideas. One, they are hammering on recognition and protection. And the second point is mandatory accessibility standards. Their third point is inclusive education and employment. Political representation clause, just as our chairman said. So over the years, we've seen with the recognition and protection, we've seen most of the schools learn sign language, including the nurses and then the teachers. But here is the case, they take sign language as just a course that after learning, they don't have to do anything with it. But during the course of their career, they see so many deaf people who be coming for treatment and other stuff. But because they took sign language as just a course, they have no idea on how to communicate with these devs to know their problems and know the way to go about it. So they are advocating that there should be some kind of law enforcement or any way that these people can take the sign language so seriously that their communication between the deaf people and them shouldn't depend on any third person.
So, Mr. Lawe.
Okay, Mr. Mekomidas. Pastor, your friend Vincent Lawe. Now, maybe issue on politics. Media and say government be power. Now the times when government no equa. Projects are government no na be standstill. The new government they don't continue with the project. Now at the cost at the abre your friends on mine. It's a master constitutional review and say or share. Since a government be fiscal na a new government bar. Projects be our previous government no year before say be fiscal no. The new government and continue. Now, my stress to say a war, national development planner, government be an party be a personal contest election. They should draw their manifesto from the development plan and concubasa or for BB and they feel outside the development plan so that Ghana you put to no a becoso medasi.
Okay, Mr. Vincent Lawe. So for the sake of the note takers, he was intimating that abandoned projects must be taken into consideration for a review in the midst of the constitutional review so that it is mandatory for succeeding governments to continue such projects and also subsume the various manifestos of all political parties to a national development plan. That is what he intimated. So, okay.
Me pacha meden de Christina Efonyangson. Ghana Federation of the Disability Organizations. Kakra me pada makan the Persons with Disability Act about 2007. Wapase Mobile Act. But yehu de ratification sibio ha on other way. Inti through that no ye the call Parliament for that. But for since what the crano, yentu ABI one pass a bill now up till now. And the ratification and so yentu ABI. And through that no, damn constitutional review. If I did to him, na still I won't come and bill, no one son, one for act and brand yentum. On ye you manacas apart from that so enforcement and so yentum ye enforcement on ye you medasi.
Okay, so Madam Christina Youngson is mentioning about the 2007 Persons with Disability Act and the need for ratifications and also enforcements.
Please, I'm Thomas Jojo Akwa, Ghana Blind Union FCMA President. I cogitate our deputy ministers should be blacklisted from our government appointees. Reason being, it's waste of resources, so they should be blacklisted entirely. Thank you.
All right. So, in other words, there should not be any deputy ministers.
Hello. My name is Isifu Muhammad Ghani, formerly chairman of Fiscal Disability ECMA. Master there. Abano omenenyo kwayedo papa because society no ayensu ye kan bi oba abato a ebo no wo hwe yen de yemra party na party bi emboto abamon but after election no ne we join they don't care for us, especially I was once a government appointee at ECMA. Many assembly members we work hand in hand. Yeah, meetings. There are some proposals you do to go and disability from you do to go. Won't take it serious. You don't take it serious. But you can also you can know because you can't take it. chide tugu nti musuma asem ne de o ma wenua obayendo.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, please.
Is that are you
Yes.
done?
Yes.
I want us to respond to the cluster of issues from
Yes.
the persons living with disabilities. Again, thank you very much for your participation and for the input. The first point about the persons with disability being made to retire on salary. This is not the first time we're hearing it. I think we heard it for the first time in Tamale Owa. Yeah, and we were intrigued by the proposal. There again, we'll ask a few questions around it. I mean, some of the questions that were raised is, okay, so if you have to have a proposal like that, then we of course have to get into eligibility, who qualifies, how to validate that kind of eligibility to make sure that you are not creating loopholes. At what stage in their working life do they become qualified for it? Then there was a point also made in one of our discussions, one of our forum engagements, that instead of, or an alternative way to look at it is, because persons living with disabilities start their working life very late, as you said, that we may want to vary the retiring age, so that they retire later. So instead of retiring at 60, then you allow them to retire at 65, so that they have a longer working life. But the question is, if you are going to make them work 5 more years, is it also good for their health? Shouldn't they, also have some period to rest? So again, there are pros and cons to that argument. The issue about reserving seats in MMDCAs for persons with disability, that one has been made, right? But the question is, assuming that we do away with government appointments, right? Some people are saying government appointees must disappear. It still doesn't eliminate the case for getting persons with disabilities onto the assembly, right? So whether or not there are government appointees, or even if we keep them, should the appointment be made, who should choose the person with disabilities to sit in the assembly? Should it be government, or should the persons with disabilities elect their own representatives onto the assemblies the same way you are proposing for parliament? Right? So even if we keep government appointees, should somebody be choosing your representatives on the assembly for you, or should we allow persons with disability to choose their own elected? So these are some of the questions that come up. And then we also learned, again, like the last speaker said, this issue of the Persons with Disabilities Act and its enforcement. That has become a recurring issue. It has also opened our eyes to a big problem with our laws generally. That in Ghana, when Parliament passes a law, many of those laws require a legislative instrument, or LI, in order to make it enforceable. Yet there is nothing compelling whoever must make the LI to make the LI within a certain period. So through these conversations, we have gotten this idea that we can include in the Constitution a requirement that if a law is passed and the implementation requires an LI, the LI must be made within X number of months after the passage of the law, so that you cannot have a situation where a law is passed in 2007 and to this day the LIs may not have been passed. But this is something that, these are some of the things we could do in the Constitution. So I think, and we got that idea from these kinds of interactions. So I'm just highlighting the point that this is useful. Another idea that has also come is Article 29 in the Constitution is titled Rights of Disabled Persons. it's a bit old. When the reading of it, the language is too vague, the obligations are not tight enough. So I would entreat the persons with disability community to focus on Article 29, right? Help us with a memo. Take it line by line. It would be good if you could rewrite it. For example, just take a small committee, and say, Article 29, how best can we rewrite Article 29 to make it responsive to the needs and concerns of persons with disability? Because it's already in the Constitution, but it is not neat. It is not good enough, right? If you were to rewrite Article 29, how would you do it? Right? Including the new ones you want to put in as well as rewriting the old ones. How would you do it? There is a suggestion also that currently enforcement of the constitutional provisions is divided into two, right? If you want to enforce the constitutional obligations in the Constitution, you can go to court, the Supreme Court, under Article 2. Article 2 says any citizen of Ghana can go to court and say, this thing you've done is not constitutional. That's fine. But if you want to enforce your own right, you go to the High Court, your fundamental right, you go to the High Court. But the problem there is that with Article 2, anybody can go and enforce it. With Article 33, it must be your own right that you are going to complain has been violated. And this may present difficulties for certain people. For example, you have to know that your right has been violated. You must be able to basically stand up for yourself in terms of going to find yourself a lawyer and all of those things. And other constitutions allow other persons, third parties, NGOs, others, to go to court on your behalf, even in Article 33 type of cases, so that other people who may be more aware of the violation and have the capacity and resources to go to court on your behalf, to step into your shoes and go to court. So some of those things are also ideas that have come up in terms of helping the enforcement of these rights for persons who may not have the resources to really prosecute those cases in court on their own behalf. So these are some of the ideas, but I would entreat you to coordinate with the national body and focus on Article 29, and let's see how best, what is your best idea of how Article 29 should look like. Thank you.
I'll give a special dispensation to the Paramount Queen Mother, then we'll follow, then we'll take the...
Me pocho from Nana Abna Kunajwa the second. Wasafia say, Queen Mother. Me pada make a bibi kakrafa imbisiafo ho asam no ho. Oya ye ka de imbisiafo no wo mama farmer na enufo up to 6 months without giving them food. But when you 3 months so that will resume or that will kwadwuma. Into dam na beda na dam 6 months no yetum yanka money enufo. Into Portugal, 1 year and day, 1 year brand day, wo nursery, ejumem, ekwa, nezo bako up to 6 months, and sana etuma ada obeneje fee. Auto do bienso ye, royalties no abano, 45, traditional council, 55, 55, assembly. Na assembly for one na wode ye adwuma no 1 year in brand to wode every year bia or da na anu woko no woko hwe adwuma assembly for no wa ye say ya na mbra fine then assembly one won't take it serious. One into 1 year and there every year be I about around near Akosho Juma why auto de be so ye appointee na him papa large kede won terminal there it been was I a party me in the institutions be away in Pakor more koketi asama okwado assembly no ababaka but is why the party na wo ye ntimasa ho mom wonchum na mom wo ma ya nhwane enshem kana otodo membanta menyema wakana ashase no na mom de abana ajihan tum ni nyina efihensem sayaroko ye frobi da ombra nyimpa na amba abazina yeye na ochede hen enyimnyam ni nyina akofom nti ehwo no won ye ho bibi ma hen eka ye de kwa police station police ni jiska na anyen onka asem ni bio ehun nti se wankasa wonyan yezi na betum du na nasi foma na wukro no orobo nti mesra ho no won ye bibi mfa ho medase.
Thank you. So for the sake of the note takers, Wasafiase Queen Mother says exclusive breastfeeding is for 6 months. How come the maternity leave elapses after 3 months? So there's a disconnect, which she thinks that the review should synchronize. And also, she made mention of the royalties at the various legislative assemblies that needs a stringent supervision to ensure that what needs to be done is done. And also the watering down of the powers of the Queen Mothers and the chiefs, it needs to be looked at so that they can carry more power and authority. All right, so I'll come to this rule. Okay, let me continue with the chiefs. Okay.
I thought you were reserving the last word for the chief.
Yes,
so
yes.
Why don't you stick with this one and we'll let the chiefs have the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Omar Sanda Salifu. We are in the Western region, so I'll mix it with English and Fanti. Chairman, Mpocho, you move into technology. The technology what's the IT? Eco countries like South Africa, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Rwanda, we improve Masisa source IT facility from Wanchen. But Eco one school now, from primary 6, now I start with coding. Never China the last 2 years, no more coding or university. Pe age and mania. Mba crack brains, me my baba IT. Even as it na war technology, especially you used to phones or schools. What's mama in use? Ghana Education Service. We shouldn't allow phones and gadgets or schools. Now so we are afraid of enemy. I'm the oko. Woman assignment, I know what I to phone do. No average data, no why. Data no buying. Okita phones. What's more use? But still, they are using the phones in schools. What are you unscrupulous in Yama? And Yama also the research also what you want to find. But rather we use it differently. What's more in use? Understand what my assignment. Instead when they ever start in law, they start to code in no. Yeah, down it to your bread chemicals and the first year and 120, 110. The least 90. See, 45, 35 gone too soon. Chemicals and import yadiba. Echo sports mamondo. Mijine mudoya. I am lucky to go through free education before old system, middle school, before JHSM. Ninyamuka muhuma okam. I don't know whether it's nature. Miyepe na new system abana maka test B. Inti A-level me test B. SSS me test B. JHS me test B. But the difference is that in na yeko middle school na yeko center, yeko practicals 1 hour, 2 hours no. Me go say ya man ambuwa madi. Me ama tusa mutuma ye. Mutumi de mesa kusi fufu. Muka tuweza afi because musien wa center. Sisa only ho I number from na school. No I pray juma. Ejuma no so bi ni wo. Me what every Ghana ni bia yankopon dumian to the extent that from mineral resources to human no. Yani intel Ghana ni bia an opportunity naturally ejuma ba sabutu waye. Or a specialist who answer no the bia kan. But you utilize number one gufel si say what fraud yan. Intellect what about bomb there you research it is no what fraud one. Watch one am on 1 month, 2 months. Ibi hu yan so da homa odo bo drobo one that so brody. One be send there ab technology no you see. Na ye use na da boy ya ho ye da chinam ye da chan no wa sir. Na we jail in 1 month. No academy obo na o super criminal. No, monko yen. Meanwhile, understanding to community ma, nka great na won twetwetwan, koko na adi. Obotuma gade oh, yan popon so ha, obobwa ibi ni dan numbu. Yan kar kono say da madam no baka no. Ibu ho, ona na dwen naturally o wadwena obotunda body save erosion na adi. Na so one man kono wonye. Nti yan hwe, yan prisons why you choke. Yan ankrise mi a wo hwe wo brapa. Say corner a reporter, I both soon. You bought border, come not did to me, they come not in Moko brother. We're jailing. Inside of more pap proclaim wine in Mugas, next time Uncle Biono. No, now I go to prison. How many P? Metama some poncho, or you're very important because they are no fraud. Young Quade, Echo community, Echo reporting with Crasa, in Zama Huno. Or you're too much. In education, yeah, ending. Thirdly, you make my Muslim brothers and sisters. Say, Roman sister, or shani hijab, them Muslim force hijab ya. Otum go school kaka tradi. Otum kaka tina classroom siadi. Now so ununia Muslim ni besi or hijaba. No so you know what you have to action. One pin mon yan asur. Me was in ya Ghana fu. Say yako history and kebon de yan and nanumpo bokuima Ghana jinai. From Senegambia, from Mali, Banam, people fear, or be out in a bay, pepini, pepper no nobody, ever in the Coramon. Ever Bonia, since I am free for union. In Sicina, or the Druba winning under Edo, but what one house AJ. Why? In the wine baby into the uncle review, now I'm boy and young Casaso, Yendunum Faso.
Thank you. So, for the purposes of the note takers, he intimated that there is a need for non-custodial sentences and also coding and technology should be actually set off from the basic schools from the get-go. And he also made some comments about the need to incorporate the traditional wear of Muslims, especially for the hijab, for the girls, so that it will be respected in the event of the constitution being reviewed. So, Ms. Zaini.
Thank you, Professor Che. The Constitution of Ghana was amended in 1996 to allow our brothers and sisters outside Ghana to grant them dual citizenship. Since then, it seems they have been denied the right to political participation in our governance. It has become an issue. Please, if you are now wanting to amend the Constitution, I would be grateful if the issue of dual citizenship will be considered to grant them full political participation in our governance. Secondly, somebody, the first batch.
When you say full political participation, so currently that's two: right to vote,
yes,
right to hold office.
Yeah, but
which ones are you talking about?
I'm talking of contesting elections.
Contesting elections. Which elections?
Parliamentary, any type of election. Elective, yeah, elective elections. Yeah. Oh, but if they have not, somebody is saying they contest, but if they have not renounced that that citizenship, they cannot participate. So I'm saying that once you have granted them dual citizenship, then all barriers to their participation in governance should be also be taken off.
So on the right to vote, you know that a law was passed, ROPAL, that has not been enforced.
Yes.
And it was passed, I think, under Kufuor, but it's not been enforced. When you talk to people, they say, well, the logistics of it. Right. So if you live in, say, New York City or Brussels, or Lagos. And which election would you be voting in? Presidential or parliamentary, or how do we, especially on the presidential one, on the parliamentary one, how do we work it out? Some countries have also done it in such a way. For example, Senegal
and Mali too
reserves seats in parliament for their citizens living abroad, so that you don't have to vote for an MP in your area while you are living in New York. You can vote for a representative of the diasporan community to sit in parliament on your behalf. Which one of those, I mean, do you have particular ideas of how we should do this voting?
I think voting in our presidential elections is very necessary, because Mali, the Malians in Ghana vote whenever there is this thing. So if smaller countries have done it, then why can't Ghana also do it for our citizens outside Ghana? Then secondly, the first batch of people who lined up, someone was talking about too many entrenched crosses, and you put a question and it seems you couldn't answer. I suggest that the entrenched crosses were there for a purpose, so that any dictator who takes over cannot easily use their parliamentary majority like we have now to amend the constitution to seal them. So I want to refer to the person that the entrenched crosses were not there for just being there for sake, but they were put there for a purpose, so that no one can touch them except go back to the people in a referendum, so that they will also decide to vote for or against the change. So if you see...
But the point I think is made, for example, a lot of people have talked about National Development Plan, NDPC, and all of that. It's all entrenched, because they fall under the chapter on the executive. The whole chapter is entrenched.
Yes.
If you want to change Article 71, everybody, Article 71 is entrenched. Right? This is not something that is, so yes, some of them, like term limits, were supposed to tie the hands of a dictator so that they can't change it to their benefit. But others
are not.
That currently benefit the status quo, we can't change it easily. Yeah. So I think the point was that we have entrenched too many things.
Okay.
And therefore, when we want to change it, we are stuck.
Okay.
So we can pick and choose which one is good for the people and which one is good for a dictator. And then we can make those differences. But I think his point was well made. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, before I raise my core issues, I just want to say something about what some our brothers and sisters who are physically challenged said in connection with some appointment to the district, municipal, and metropolitan assemblies. Takwa, for example, I think the local government ministry brought some guidelines as to who or people to be selected into. Basically, we in Takwa, what we did was that all the identifiable groups, including their association, we threw it to them. Bring your rep. Farmers, teachers, garages, all these people have been given the opportunity, and they brought their reps. So sometimes the reps you bring must be people who are proactive and competent to be able to speak for you, and then whatever is required for you to get, then they'll fight for you. But if you bring people who are not active, definitely you will think that you don't have a rep there. So Takwa's case is an example that we need. But Mr. Chairman, I think that a lot of the issues set here, I think boils down to the issue of enforcement of our laws. I realize that a lot of the issues is enforcement. But let me ask this. Mr. Chairman, is it possible that we can give our courts, the justice delivery system, especially the courts, time frame in their giving judgment to cases? Because there are some courts, I tell you, it's like, excuse me to say, they are playing politics in there. Sometimes there's a case, and you see that this case it mustn't go beyond 2 months. It can take you 300 years for a ruling to come. And you see, when we do, you see, what I've observed is that when it happens that way, people who are litigating or are supposed to have justice think that the system is unfair to them. So they do, you see, it has culminated in some of the things we see in this country. Somebody is suspected to be a thief. People catch him, then they lynch him. Oh, yeah, the court and the police station. I mean, that kind of thing. So I think that if it is possible, I don't know whether it is within your remit or with the Chief Justice. So we can look at this thing, give a time frame so that some of these things, I think that we can go in. Unfortunately, somebody said it, the issues about prison service. Yeah, congestion, yes. So I want to leave it there. Then please, kindly, and I beg you. The last one is securities, our security services. I think that what I have personally observed is that when it comes to the issue of resourcing our security agencies, some security agencies are, let me use the word, discriminated against in terms of provision of logistics. If you take the prison service, if you take the immigration service, if you take the fire service, compared, I know, of course, all these agencies, security services, their job description or whatever is quite different. But at the end of the day, there's a synergy so that the system will go well. But you look at the police service, they seem to have more vehicles. You look at the military, seems to have more vehicles. Get to the prison service, get to the fire service. I can tell you, Takwa, you get to the fire service and see what is there.
I think it's because the prisons, we don't jail enough big people. If possibly. We jail enough big people, they will improve the place.
What of the fire service? As I speak to you, if you get to Takwa, fire service do not have an official car that the commander should use to attend to some official duties. And I think that some of what can we do as a review committee, I think that's time. But the last one is environmental pollution, especially with polythene. Polythene, what can we do as a constitution review committee? Are we banning it? Are we bringing out a lot of more laws? And at the last of it, because, like I said, the issue of please, you see, we want the good for this country. When we travel outside, we see laws working, and we are all happy. But in our system, the laws are there. A lot of the laws are there, but they are not being. Thank you.
Openia otie brem no penny for nananom ni abem penny for mobile na mamu hina ha ojime yado me pamucho mpacho ya from Joseph Kenneth Atta ifi Asake na Ahanta West na nkama wa Ahanta West sisi am free ho Great Ekma Great Ekma eho nesisi ya mewo ye kurafo a yakan ye hu abom wasi ye register wa bem ya register wa bem obotu asamre man aba wo ba ye nchen ababi ebetu bia wo hye ofie mpo a ne ye di wachi kama na kurafo wo kan yadu dama abibi atwam ko ye penny abasi e the pension scheme buy no krenie abepemenne ye ntehwe sesi asemu abadwunu mu a nkam ye pensionia district abasebody e maje mpen miensa nso adefa bia ni ho a ye de maame adefa bia ye mama motion paid the penny first ni fan for no card o ni ye de kan fertilizer mienu ho se kan miensa obi a manyi district best cocoa farmer. Yamama full piece. Second mmienu, one tribute 2 pay, na certificate. Radio Kriabi near the Sherman Sam. And so some many abre, mempeling for many abre. And so some who are bed memoir. In Cape be a minya sa abos a body. In Kerema Freddy Sam Phantoms you. Ni hinaboye. And ne Sawoba Ekma. Yewonchia bi a asake anase kuafo ye che o se akuafo ankwa ye buada yenya ankwa sabe mesramo mpanimfo a ye wo hai ne ndi aka hina no mo nyidi mo kutasika no mo nya bi nto but me medidi one week ni menkwa afuom enso kohwe mijare bibia wo ho yesramo pension scheme no ankyere yɛn mpanimfoɔ sɛ wɔne ho dwuma ma yɛn deɛ ɛtɔ so bio yɛ kwan a sisi a ɛhene yɛ da wo yɛn mpanimfoɔ no ama sisi a ɛnyɛ baabi ɛnyɛ adwuma ɛhene edu anadwo fa mɛkuru ase wɔn te kyakyakyakyakyakya na kyamfan sisi na ɔyɛ adwuma yɛde ɛno to nkyɛn a ɛhene tumi yira na ɔbaa asima odidiri ha na ɔsoa nneɛma kubedua kura bi na ɛda so na yɛfa so. Wopa to car sisia na mankokyerɛ wo ɛnyɛ easy yɛ mpanyinfoɔ no wɔn moayɛ na kurafoɔ yɛ ne yɛde ɔman yɛsrɛ mo medase.
Thank you. So for the sake of the note takers, Mr. Joseph Ernest Atta from Asaka says enough recognition needs to be given to farmers, and he thinks the pension scheme must also rake in farmers as well. And he says farmers, when it comes to the prices for farmers on farmers, there is nothing good to write home about. And he thinks if he were to be in public service, it might be better. And Galamsey is also taking over their farmlands, especially in Hwindo, and development in peri-urban areas need to be considered. That's what he actually said.
Okay. Mr. Chair, please feel that if we are from National Midwifery Training College Secondary, please I'd like to quote from the Constitution to create basis for what I'm coming to say. So quoting from Article 38 Clause 1 says that the state shall provide educational facilities at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana, and shall, to the greatest extent feasible, make those facilities available to all citizens. Please, what do I want to say? When you go to the public sector, it's being known that, or it has been brought as a policy, the no fee stress, which is to be given to the first year nursing and midwifery training college students. But when you come down to the grassroots, it's not such. It is not given to all of them. It is only a quota that the government gives to these schools to present, and these quotas given to the student. So the part that says that to the greatest extent make those facilities available to all citizens is not working here. So it is only a marginalized number who are receiving these benefits and the others not receiving. Okay. So please, to my second point, I'd like to quote from Article 38, Clause 2, Subclause D. The state shall in particular take all necessary steps to establish a sound and healthy economic with a view to securing the maximum welfare and ensuring equal opportunity to all citizens. To this, celebrating it ensures that economic supports such as scholarships and student loans as part of the state's obligation to create equal opportunities. But what do we see? Mr. Chair, when you come to the Nursing and Midwifery Training College, because of our diploma holding certificate, it's very difficult for us to access scholarship opportunities. Very, very difficult. Because most of these scholarship opportunities have their basis on degree offering programs and making it very difficult for us to access such of these opportunities. And please, I'd like to raise this concern about the Office of the Special Prosecutor. So Even though the office of the special prosecutor exists now, the Constitution still centralizes prosecutorial powers in the Attorney General, who is also a cabinet minister. Why does it matter? It creates a conflict of interest when politically connected persons are to be prosecuted, and it limits genuine anti-corruption efforts. So I plead that this also be looked into. And my last point is when there is supposed, or in any situation, there is a demise of the president and the vice president steps in as the president, the office of the vice president remains vacant. Thank you.
So, president passes, vice president succeeds. We should keep.
As in someone to assist the one who has now stepped in as the president.
We should keep that seat vacant.
No, we should bring in someone to help.
Oh, there is. Oh, there is. But when, of course there is. When President Atta Mills passed and Vice President Mahama became president, he had to appoint a replacement who was then approved by Parliament. So that's the current constitutional position.
Okay.
It's there. There's no vacancy. No. It's there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Raphael Esofi. Raphael Esofi. I'm a local government staff. Me issue FR disposition of land in Ghana. Said they yet ton yen sase. Any day yen sase edi juma. There, me want to say in the Constitution, Article 267. Ekasafa said the yeton yen sase ne said the sase bedi juma na emphasis no wo answer na ye beton ya sase no say ye make sure say asase na ye plan atoso. There has to be a land use plan or a developmental plan answer asase ro anom ton, but ye hu ni sase here. So my suggestion is that we should fortify that clause na ye ma say ahemfo say ebusuampenifo sasasiro anu mo ton sase no omun go according to emra na eda ho no, because this flooded near there you hu Ghana he na, it is as a result of these issues. Always our development precedes the planning. Na bi wo hokra na obeton asase a onko assembly nko hwe say plan na eda ho no aha ye ton mani yeyi anase ye ton mani yeyi. Now we have seen all our marshy areas, our wetlands being sold. As I say, eja to us in Suota, na Suota betaho, ama baby enyiri nano. We have sold all these lands because assembly nete hono onimposa na nanaton. Ube komu na registration ako lands commission. We assembly a wote wa na we comment abro say comment on the use of this land. Meanwhile, you have already sold the land. Before say what. So let's fortify the law, the article that says that before you dispose of a land, first of all consult the assembly, which is the fiscal planning, to determine the use answer. Because Pasasiesi hotel and our filling station, the person will go and buy a residential plot. What residential plot bear for? Not the two. Then he will come back later to the assembly say, change the use of this land for me to the use I want to buy. And it brings a lot of chaos. It's best, let's make sure that that law works. And to me,
just hold a minute. So 2673.
Yes.
Is what we are talking about.
Yes,
it
please.
Currently makes provision for disposition of lands.
Stool lands.
There shall be no disposition or development of any stool land unless the Regional Lands Commission of the region.
Yes.
So what part of the provision is not working?
So yes.
And how would you improve it?
So what I'm saying is, the provision is there,
but its implementation and the enforcement is not working.
Right.
So we should hold the landowners. We should hold them accountable for certain issues that happen in our developmental space. Example I've given is
what I'm asking is there a way 2673 can be improved so that, I mean, you mentioned, for example, the district assembly.
Yes.
It's not here. The district assembly is not mentioned here.
Yes.
Do you want to propose a language that modifies this so that it makes it easy for what you are saying to work?
Okay, you come in, I will come in later. I am not a legal person.
No, it's not about
but
legal.
I'm from the planning point of view. I think we should enforce or force these landowners that they always have to dispose of the land with records to local plans. There are acts. The Lands Act says that you can dispose of a land which has not been planned. A lot of issues are there, but that's why I'm not a legal person. But from practice, yes, from practice, what I know is that always land sale goes ahead of planning.
So maybe let me put it this way: land is, of course, a very local thing.
Yes.
We are asking the person disposing of land,
yes,
to go to the region, maybe the regional capital, right? Because it says
no, you're supposed to go to the district assembly first.
So
there has to be a local plan or a development plan for the local area before you can even go to lands commission. That is the process. That's what the law is saying. That before I buy a land.
Why do you think it is not working? I just want to understand the source of the problem so that we can solve it. Why do you think this provision, which is good, why is it not working?
Mr. Chairman, I think from experience, I would say that it is lack of collaboration and different institutions acting differently on land administration and management. So you have the landowners who are the owners and disposing of the land. You have the assembly being represented by the special planning department looking at the land use aspect. Then the lands commission also looking at the title and ownership. So these three distinct institutions are working differently at one point in time. Maybe the law or the provision can look at centralizing or improving the collaboration between these institutions. Because you sit in the office, somebody is selling the land. You are not aware. But you have also made a layout. Sometimes there are layouts, there are local plans for a particular area which are not adhered to because the layout is kept in the office. The chiefs do not come and take the layout. We don't take the layout to the chief. There are a lot of compounding issues that we need to look at. My issue is let's look at how we can centralize or improve collaboration. If possible, merge certain things for us to be able to dispose and manage our lands very, 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 very well. Thank you.
Small announcement. Hello, please, can we have some silence? The note takers are having difficulty hearing what is being said. So please, can we have some silence, please? Mbacho, yama ha munye din kakra na nsembisa na ho anu yi no. Ye nuanu mo take notes we chi ho mo. Enti mesre pa.
Okay. I'm Adelaide. I also mix the language. Thank God I have a lawyer behind me. In fact, in some P and I'm he has educated me on that, so I will not touch most of it. But when it comes to the 24 weeks maternity leave, it's been, the Parliament has been talking about it. They are on it, but we the women, we think it's taking too long. We really need that pay-in leave, 24 weeks. Yeah, we really need that. And the 12 weeks for the men, we are also vouching in for you, so don't worry. And 12 weeks for the men. And then I also want to touch on the Council of State. When it comes to the age of the president, it is stated clear that it should be above 40 years and above. Now, we don't know about the Council of State, so we want the line to be drawn. If the president is 40 years and the one to advise him is 35 or 36, then we have to look at that. I am not saying that youth cannot advise the president, but if there is going to be something as such, then it should be a youth rep, so that we know that there is a youth rep at the Council of State. Thank you.
This is a very interesting point. So just a minute. A number of interesting proposals have been made, mostly by youth participants. One, many of them want the age for contesting the presidency to be lowered from 40 to 30 or 35. Some people have also proposed that we should put a cap so that if you are above a certain age, you cannot contest to be president. Do you have a view on that?
Yes, please. Okay, for me, when it comes to presidency, 40 years and above is okay. But below, no for me, because we the youth, we know ourselves, we can do a lot of things. But 40 years.
Mr. Chair, my name is Surveyor Abdulaziz Seidu. My name is Surveyor Abdulaziz Seidu. I am here as part of a 3-member delegation that was sent by the Western Regional Bar. However, I am also a surveyor, and I asked the moderator if the Ghana Institution of Surveyors were actually invited to this important event, but I didn't get the answer. So maybe I will speak as a uninvited member of the Ghana Institution of Surveyors in addressing some of the things that I have to say. I think the chair asked the question to the immediately preceding speaker about Article 273 and what was wrong with it. So I have actually noted that as one of the things that I think that should be subject to amendment. In fact, the word stool land that has been used in Article 2673 is where I think the problem is. Because the framers of the Constitution made it look like the Lands Commission will only have a responsibility of enforcing the development plan when it has to do with stool land. So it means that any land that falls outside that category, then the Lands Commission will have a hard time enforcing anything development in relation to that. So if it can be made any land, so because the state has a responsibility of enforcing development plans, irrespective of who owns the land. So it's not really about disposition and all that, because there are enough laws that deals with issues of registration, development, permitting, and all that. So I think that is the part that I want to touch on when it comes to that aspect. But my general overview is put in thematic areas. One is on human rights, especially Article 32, which deals with issues of detention of people when we have an emergency situation. It does appear that it runs contrary to Article 14, because under detention, the detention issues are actually something that is determined by the executive arm. And if you look at most of the human rights provisions in there, it is supposed to actually limit the powers of the executive when they are exercising some of these rights. So if you have put in there that if somebody is detained under Article 14, the person must be released within 48 hours or bring him before a court. However, under Article 32, it is not so. It does appear that there is almost an unlimited power that is given to the executive arm to exercise their power of detention in an emergency situation. But, I mean, emergency cannot form a basis for trampling upon somebody's human rights. So that particular aspect of the law, I believe that it should be subject to issues of amendment to go in line with our general human rights provisions. The other aspect has to do with natural resources, which specifically, I want to refer to Article 2576, where it grants express rights to the executive arm without corresponding obligations. It does appear that you take away people's inherent rights because it's about land. And all of us, when you study land, you know that it is just not about the bare thing there, even the minerals beneath it. However, the Constitution has taken that away from the landowners and left them with only the surface rights. That is fine. However, after taking it away, the Constitution did not provide any attendant obligation for the management of that resource. All that Constitution did was actually to propose visions under the directive principles of state policy, which we all know that is generally not justiciable. So even when the man is taking the resource and using it for something, it becomes probably, in quotes, a political question, because man is actually dealing with it as an executive arm. Meanwhile, the resource is being sourced from a particular region. What obligations were attached to it for taking that particular right or that particular resource away from the people? I think that also requires some bit of amendment where a specific obligation. So I tie it with the directive principles of state policy, where we think that that whole chapter, directive principles of state policy, should actually be converted into strict obligations that must be obeyed by the executive arm. Because it does appear now that, just like the nurse with the midwife who just came, she quoted from the directive principles of state policy. But it is really not justiciable, because even if the government doesn't obey it, there is no obligation for you to take them on and say, this is what is there and therefore comply with it. So that is another one that I have. Then issues of local government. Issues of local government. Once again, if you look at the issue tied with 2676, Article 2676, which deals with disbursement of stool land revenue. Clearly, you call it a stool land revenue, so it is for somebody. But you take it away, you take a large chunk of it and hand it over to the district assembly. Yet, if you look at Article 240, 241, 242 that creates the district assembly, there is no representation given to the people you have taken their money. The very people you took their money from them, gave it to a development body, but yet they are not represented. Because if you look at the entirety of the local government provision under Article 240 going, there's no provision specifically saying that the chiefs whose money is being used, because about 55% of all revenues go to the district assembly, which hitherto should have belonged to the chiefs anyway, but you've taken it away. So I think they should be, it is not supposed to be a matter of just a vision or the intent of a president deciding to sell somebody. There must be a specific provision in there that puts them there, because it is their money and they should be able to dictate what happens to it. So I believe that the last one is about property right of spouses. That is also in the Constitution, where I think that, or we think that, even though we recognize the right to religion, that provision seems to be silent on identifying with the other religious groups and how their property rights are supposed to be distributed. Especially, I'm speaking especially with Islam, because the distribution of property in a spousal relationship or upon death is completely different from what the provisions have been made under PNDC Law 111 and all its attendant matters. So if that provision could also be looked at and make it specific, otherwise its enforcement becomes a problem going forward. Thank you.
Surveyor.
What is
Surveyor Abdul.
Don't go.
I don't know why you say you are a surveyor. You are a lawyer, Abdul.
Oh, I'm a chartered surveyor.
But you came here talking only as a lawyer. And you call yourself a surveyor.
You see that I had.
but no, I have some follow-up questions for you. Okay. I like your point about 2673 and its restriction to stool land, because in fact we do have a problem with the built environment looks very chaotic. I mean, you're a surveyor, you should know that it's one of the problems that we have in terms of land use planning and all of that. It looks like anybody builds anything anywhere as if there is no plan. So I think it's good that you have identified the stool land problem as one of the sources of the problem. But it appears that from the previous speaker, it does appear that even as to stool land, or especially as to stool land, there is a problem, right? So bringing in family land and private land is good. But there appears to be a real problem in terms of how these things go. You have the local assembly develops a land use plan at the local level. The chiefs are doing their disposition without reference to the land use plan. By the time it gets to the Regional Lands Commission, there is no coordination. So that triangular relationship is all messed up, right? I think you've looked. I like the fact that you're coming from both a surveyor and a lawyer angle. Is there something that you can? Because I think this is a very important thing. When we were driving from Cape Coast, we were discussing the built environment, and one of our colleagues was saying when he was much younger, in his village or town, you could see from his house that the village was a proper grid. You could actually see streets, whether it was tarred or not. You could see lanes and everything. Now, everything is bazaar, right? Completely messed up. And I think so. The built environment tells us that we are not doing well with our land use planning and where we are putting structures and things like that. So it would be helpful, I think, if you could. I'm not imposing a duty on you to go and sit down and write some memo, but I think if you have thought about this as you have, maybe you can assist with respect to 2673, which we had not actually, it's not come up at all until now, right? But there is a problem on the ground, and I think this could be one way of unraveling that problem. I like the stool land, but think about it and see if you can give us a memo. But my more interesting question is about the 2576, which you mentioned, which is the president's, where every mineral is given to the president in trust for the people of Ghana. As I said earlier, at least one president, former president, has told us that is a problem, that he doesn't like that. And so I think there is a general sense, and we too think that to give such power to the president without corresponding duty or responsibility is problematic. Now, if you look at Article, the Dietary Principles of State Policy, Article 36(8), the state shall recognize that ownership and possession of land carry a social obligation to serve the larger community, and in particular that the state shall recognize that the managers of public, stool, and family lands are fiduciaries charged with the obligation to discharge their functions for the benefit. So there is a recognition here that whoever you are, when you are managing the land that is entrusted to you, whether you are a family head, whether you are a chief, whether you are the president as trustee, or whether you are the lands commission, there is a certain responsibility attached to that trust that has been given you. Unfortunately, because it's in the Directive Principles of State Policy, which we have treated as almost like secondary to the other provisions, we haven't really fleshed it out a lot. If we were to keep, so there are a number of there are two alternative proposals. Either we take out 2576 and vest the land, public lands in, say, the Republic of Ghana or in the government. Some countries do that. It's not the president. You vest it in the government or whatever. But whoever you vest it in, the more important question is, what are the corresponding fiduciary obligations that whoever is the trustee or fiduciary must have? Like right to maybe a duty to report regularly about how the land is being used, a duty to report every disposition of the land, all these public lands that are being sold left and right by politicians, a duty to not give away what has been entrusted to you. Presidents come and say, oh, I've given this land back to you. A duty not to contract in it for value that is not, so the president gets up and says, oh, this whole Achimota forest, you can give it to this person. So those kinds of things, right? What specific obligations, in your view, can be attached to that power so that, what is in the directive principles of state policy is giving real concrete effect? Because whoever you give it to, you will have this problem. There is a proposal, for example, that we should give it instead of to the president, that we could give it to the president, acting in consultation with or on the advice of traditional authority plus all kinds of, so that this is a very interesting problem, because when you're talking about natural resource governance or land governance, this is at the heart of the problem. How we manage that relationship and the trusteeship obligation and the fiduciary obligation. If we don't get it right, we are going to mess up a lot of things. So the assignment for you is you go wear your lawyer thing again, put on the surveyor hat, and write something and bring it to us. Unless you can stand on your feet in court and give us the most brilliant answer that's possible.
I have a short response to your view of the built environment being chaotic. What I would say is that we have more than enough laws in that space. We have more than enough laws. All the things you are seeing around, all the complaints that are being made, if we say we are espousing and complying with the law, we won't see it. We won't see it. It is not because there is not enough provisions under our laws. The very assembly that is complaining, there are enough laws that gives them the mandate to do what they are supposed to do. I will quickly refer them to, if they don't want to read, they should read their own Local Governance Act. That gives them the mandate to, first and foremost, if there is any public space that anybody is encroaching, the law is that you don't even need notice to go and remove the nuisance. You don't need to even give the person notice. So all these issues that are being cleared at the Ramsar site and all that, they don't need to give you notice before they even go there. So for you to sit and watch and see a space that you claim you have planned that is supposed to be a Ramsar site, and you allow things to come up and you turn around and come and complain to us, I don't know what else you want us to do. Because the law has given you the power, the mandate to do it. So that space is a space that I am equally passionate about. And I think that it is something that we need to actually revisit, but not to look at ripping the law and all that, because there is more than enough. He is talking about disposition without recourse to spatial planning. That is not the case. That is not the case at all, because the law has been made in such a manner that there is an interplay between the disposition, registration, and permitting. There is a clear interplay, and the law is very much clear on it. So it doesn't even leave room for any form of, as we say, that kind of interpretation that any person who has read simple English cannot even understand. It's clear. When you do disposition, unless it is state land, that one, the Lands Commission deals with it. But any form of disposition, before you go ahead and register it, that is why I made the proposition that it should be made any land, so that Lands Commission will not be limited in their oversight responsibility of ensuring that you are doing the disposition in accordance with the settlement spatial plan. Indeed, the planners are always late in planning certain areas. But that is why the law is also not silent on it. It gives them the opportunity that where there is a disposition ahead of plan, the Lands Commission will insist that go back and take planning comments. Planning comment means that fundamentally the planner should tell the Lands Commission whether or not the disposition is in accordance with either their intended plan of the area or whatever they intend to use the place for. If you give a positive comment, so be it. Lands Commission will register it. So you don't turn around and say, the Lands Commission have gone ahead to register something. You gave a planning comment. Then later you come and put a road in my land where you had the opportunity to actually indicate whether the disposition was in accordance or was not in accordance. So clearly, what I would say is that
when it comes to the built environment, the issues we are facing in Ghana has to do with enforcement. And the district assemblies are sleeping. It's as simple as that. They are sleeping. They are not doing whatever the law has actually empowered them to do. It's as simple as that.
Are there really vacant lands in Ghana? It's you. Are there any vacant land in Ghana? Vacant.
My lady, when you say vacant, in the strictest sense, as in land, when you say vacant, I want to understand it as per not occupied.
Yes, that's the sense.
Yes, there are. There are several. In fact, from our perspective, from where I sit as a surveyor, Ghana is fundamentally the places that we say are occupied. It's less than 30%.
Okay.
There is a lot of vacant lands in Ghana. That if you intend to even establish new cities, I don't think we should have a problem. The chiefs are here. Most of their lands are fallow. Okay. They are in that particular space.
Okay, I have a question for you in relation to Article 22.
22, yes.
And you spoke about making rules to take care of religion, for example, for Islam. Right. Do you have any particular recommendation you would like to see?
Oh, just to mention that because the law itself, from Article 11, recognizes customary law as part of it, it is easy for us to make that amendment and recognize the distribution of property by the various religion that the person professes, because the Constitution itself has given that kind of right as a fundamental human right, that you have a right to profess whatever religion you want to profess. So if the parties themselves agree that they are of this religion, it shouldn't actually be a difficulty for them to make their distribution through that particular religious.
The challenge has often been raised by our friends in the Muslim faith. And I know you are one of them.
Yes, I am.
This morning we've had a cleric speaking to that issue.
Okay.
But I'm asking you, do you have a specific rendition to solve that problem?
No, so when you say rendition, the reason why I'm choosing my words carefully is that I don't think that the Constitution can write specifically that do it in this, or give this to this, give this to this, give this to that. I think as for that one, it should lie in an act of parliament. But the Constitution making recognition of that particular thing as a distribution that can be done on the basis of the religion the people belong to, then the rest will be left with parliament to actually...
So it means that you do not think that the PNDC law 111 takes care of it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Law wanted to make a standard form of...
Thank you.
Yes. But it's not fair in certain areas.
Thank you.
The Muslims, they have theirs, which is even better than what the intestate succession law provides.
Yes.
So there's further laws that Parliament has to pass. We must make sure that it's not to standardize, but be able to distinguish, let's say, Muslim laws from customary laws and from Christian laws. Because the intestate succession tend to blur all. Before them, if you are a Muslim, have registered your marriage under the Muslim's law, that one we are protected. But they were not doing that. So sometimes they come to court and realize that you haven't registered your marriage. So it means you must apply the ordinary law. And then when you advise them to go and settle the matter with their imams, that one too they are willing to do. They say they want the court to settle. But then I realize that if the court is settling, then it's different from their own customary and religious practices. So we must do something to help the parliament so that this time the law that they act in relation to a distribution of properties should be in favor or in line with Mohammedan law and in line with customary law, because even who is a spouse is even a problem, a legal issue now. Okay, and then before you go, the emergency powers you mentioned about detained persons, Article 32 deals sufficiently with that.
Yes, my lady.
And there's some protection there.
Yes, my lady, that's why I'm saying that if you look at it from where we sit, it runs contrary to the provisions of Article 40 because it provides 10 days.
But this is to take care of the inconsistencies, emergency period from the normal period.
Yes.
So although it's 48 hours in ordinary arrest, here, after 10 days, their cases must be reviewed by a court.
Yes.
And it goes on, and then if it's too much, then they have to release the person. And at the end of the state of emergency, the person has to be released.
Yes, my
so
lady.
that is one of the problems that to declare state of emergency in the Galamsey area, all these are there because of the effect that it will have on innocent people being detained and arrested during that period because you happen to be in that area. So that's one of the problems. Human rights will be affected. So that is it, and that's the concern you are raising.
That is so, my lady.
Protest them to some extent. And I've compared them with other jurisdictions, and it's almost the same.
My lady, if there are other people here, but my quick comment to that is that we are a body of people who usually exceed some of the discretions that we are given. So that is why I am making these propositions, because the executive arm is consistently abusing some of the powers that you think they should utilize it in a manner that will be all-inclusive. So if you are rewriting or we are amending the Constitution, we should be mindful of the kind of people we are. Because sometimes you will see it in other jurisdictions, but the way they do their things justifies why their law is the way they are. But the average Ghanaian will always want to use, as they say, I'll show you where power lies. The law is saying that I should detain you for 10 days. I can keep you for 10 days, even when there's no justification. So it is easy for the average politician in Ghana to abuse it. That is why I'm making this proposal, especially when it affects human rights. I came here to make a submission, but
wait.
it looks like I'm going with assignment.
No, last question. Last question for you. Since you have brought yourself, so this issue about Islamic law in relation to a number of the issues. The first, the speaker from the regional chief imam's office raised. There are 3 different provisions here that we could look at it for purposes of amendment, right? So there's Article 21. All persons shall have the right to freedom to practice any religion and to manifest such practice. There is Article 22, property rights of spouses. A spouse shall not be deprived, so and so. And then there's 26. Every person is entitled to enjoy, practice, profess, maintain, and promote any language, culture, tradition, or religion, subject to this. The proposal that you have, which affirms the point that was made by the Alaji, right? If you want to carve out that particular rule so that persons of Muslim faith can have their property rights issues and other personal relations issues arbitrated or dealt with under Islamic law by particular clerics, which provision will you amend?
I don't think I will have an immediate answer because I'll have to. My comment was general. So since we are going into specifics, then I'll have to look at how the wording is done and how they interplay, because maybe you amend this and it will go and affect another. So it is necessary that we look at it comprehensively and make a proposition that will tie in.
Giving you that task. So you should go and do it not as Surveyor Abdu, but as Lawyer Abdu. And you bring us the proposal.
And you should coordinate with the imam.
Yes.
I came here to make a submission, not to go with homework, but it looks like I've been given homework, so I will gladly do that. We
actually appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Please, in relation to what the lawyer was saying concerning the let's say marshy areas. So that's before I get to my question. What I know, I'm Engineer Givadonko with the local government service. So he was talking about the fact that the assembly can just go in and then stop some people, right? But then what I know is that some of the marshy areas, they've already been plotted as, let's say, somebody can own it personally. So if the place is a marshy area and I own it and I choose to build, you need to notice there's a procedure that you must follow. You cannot just say that because it's a marshy area and somebody is failing, I can just go and stop the person. That is what I know. And so our physical planning officer has been advocating that, especially the fact that our MC is a lawyer, that we should acquire those marshy areas so that we can protect them. That is what I know. So what he is saying is new to me. I don't know if there are other planners here who can confirm what I'm saying. Thank you. Then, to my question, I'd like to find out, is there any provision in the law to protect local government staff? When I say protect, I'm talking about transfer. Like somebody doesn't like you, and so tomorrow you are leaving, or maybe, so in relation to what we are saying, you want to enforce the law. You know that, okay, somebody should not develop here. This person is too troublesome. Move this person from here. You can just call, because the person is a political head, the person can just call the minister, or call the head of local government service. Move this person from here. And then the next moment, the letter has come, you have been posted out. So is there any provision? If there isn't, I think there should be, so that the technical staff are able to do their work and do it well, just like the way the citizens expect us to. Then, so what I propose is that before anybody can be transferred, so let's say there should be a specific, let's say, number of years or something, that maybe if you have been posted to a particular assembly or office, they cannot just stand up tomorrow again and move you, because, I mean, it requires effort and stuff before you prepare to go. Then you go, then as you are settling in, you are moved because somebody doesn't like the way you are doing your work. So I think that it should be looked at. So before anybody can be transferred, that's before the due number of years, if there should be like a written justification or something, and that thing should be reviewed, so that if you tell me that I should move, I've seen the reason why you say I should move, right? And if I think it is not justified, I can also, let's say, go to court or something, so that I am also protected. No, because I think that if we do not protect the technical staff, we will not see the progress that we really want to see in our cities. Then,
the answer to your question that I know is that there are two provisions that potentially work here, right? So Article 191, dealing with the public services, says a member of the public services shall not be victimized or discriminated against for having discharged his duties. Is a bit general, right? So there's some protection there for public service personnel. And then there is two, be dismissed or removed from office or reduced in rank or otherwise punished without just cause. Maybe transfer can be inserted in specifically. So there is some protection. The language is not tight enough. But then there is also the general Article 296A, which protects you from capricious, arbitrary use of discretionary power, right? So you have 296C, which says, where in this Constitution or in any other law, discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. B, the exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. And then there is the provision also about administrative justice, you having a hearing and all of those things. So the difficulty is that these things need interpretation, right? Because the language is not very specific. But when we engaged the Public Services Commission, and we did, as well as the Office of Head of Civil Service, the issue of transfers and some of these things being used in politically biased ways came up. The Public Service Commission is the one that's supposed to protect the public services as well as the civil service head. And some of the issues you are talking about come from the weaknesses inherent in the Public Services Commission's own way of doing its work. It's supposed to protect public service officials and your local government service, for example, specifically with respect to local government service. But maybe how they are chosen, how they are appointed, doesn't give them enough independence from the political class for them to be very sure in the work they are doing. So it's a very good point, because really a lot of the problems we have in the civil service and public service have to do with transfers being used as a punitive measure, so that if you don't follow the line, then you won't be sacked, but they'll put you in Siberia somewhere. So it's a good point, and I think we can look at how we can tighten the protection in the Constitution.
Thank you. Please, the other aspect, I don't know if it can come here, but then, in some other jurisdictions, mostly, let's say, some private sectors, before even you are transferred, provision is made for you. Before you get there, you have a seat. Before you get there, everything is there and you can work. If it's the only way this thing can even stop being a punishment is when, if I'm transferred to Elubo and I have everything I need there to work efficiently, I don't think it would be so much as a punishment to the person. So that's just an addition. Then my last issue has to do with decentralization in the roads department. Like I said, I'm an engineer. I work with the roads department. A lot of people have issues with their roads. According to my, the office data, more than 50% of the road network in STME is unpaved and not good. And so many of our assembly members, they're always tripping into our office, fix our roads, fix our roads, fix our roads. Now, the roads department, I don't even know whether to call it urban roads department, to call it what? Because there's Department of Urban Roads, and that's the MRH, the Ministry of Roads and Highways. And now there is the roads department under the Ministry of Local Government, right? So who do I report to? Do I report to the Ministry of Local Government? Do I report to the Ministry of Roads and Highways? And sometimes, when it comes to even funding, it becomes a challenge. Budgetary allocation, it becomes a challenge. Because there's another office, that's Department of Urban Roads, that receives road fund directly from the Ministry of Roads and Highways. So they receive it. So they are more or less like a regional office. So they receive it and then they give the municipal assemblies some funding to do their work. So this year, for example, we received like 800,000. So what can 800,000 actually do to help my assembly members in my area? So my issue is that if we are decentralizing, because by law, it has been decentralized, and so the Department of Urban Roads actually is supposed to be with the roads like at the assembly level. So we are at the assembly level. The law, according to the Local Governance Act, that's 656, there's a roads department that is in charge of all the roads. Now, there is DUR, who also says that they're in charge of the roads. So there's that power play, and it also affects our budgetary allocation. And so I think that it needs to be looked at so that there isn't that, okay, I have, I am in charge, and so don't come into my area. But my law also says that I'm in charge of all the roads in the area, in the metropolitan area. So my assembly members come to me. So I think it needs to be streamlined so that we all know, okay, this is the place to go. This is the reporting lines, because according to our manual, we don't even report to the Ministry of Roads and Highways. That's according to the manual.
Let's take the issue, the problem we are facing, let's make it broader, right? If we were to elect, let's make that assumption. So now we are electing mayors. We have elected mayor. So the mayor becomes the political head of government at the local level. And we are decentralizing at the same time. Who reports to whom, right? So the mayor now, the MCE, who is elected, and now has to deal with local government service staff. what is the nature of the relationship between, for example, district coordinating director and the mayor? Who is the district coordinating director is the administrative head at that local level. The district director of education, district director of health service, all of those things. Who reports to whom? I mean, those are some of the bigger questions. Your question is more in relation to the particular statutes, the acts, which is not really at our level. The Constitution is, we are looking at it at this level. One of the big questions that we have to work out is once you elect a mayor or MC, what is the nature of the relationship between that political head of the district and the administrative heads of the decentralized units? Those reporting lines issues are going to become very real. And maybe the solution to that question may help to solve some of the specific departmental issues you are raising. But I'm just trying to also emphasize the complexity of this election business. That if we were to elect, it would knock a lot of different things. And if we don't handle this relationship well, we're going to face exactly the problem you are facing, because the mayor will think, I am the boss in this district. I was elected by the people, I'm the head of the municipality, and yet the district director of education is reporting to somebody somewhere else, and the director of health reporting to somebody else. So this is the kind of harmonization we need to do and be very clear about before we proceed to do this kind of work.
Yes, please.
So I think it's a very important.
My last question, my last thing. I just want to say that in this review, please let's really look at the duplication of roles, as in the local government is in charge of development. Now there's another authority that is set up in charge of development. Where does the budgetary allocation go? So another authority has money, then the assembly is strangled, but the assembly members always come. My this, my school, my road, my this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dacosta Abuaje Samuel, a rep from the Pristia Hune Valley constituency. Pristia Hune Valley constituency. Mr. Chairman, my proposal has to do with legal voting age. We all know the voting age. That is 18. Mr. Chairman, I believe there should be an amendment on the legal voting age. Reason being that most of us at that age seems not to be enough matured to be able to analyze very well policies from political parties so as to make a meaningful decision.
You want to raise it to what? 21?
22, 23.
Why not 30?
Mr. Chairman, I know what I'm saying. Yes. Yes, I know what I'm saying. Mr. Chairman, a lot of people at that age are not enough matured to analyze policies from the political parties. In that, at the end of this, they will end up voting or doing something which is not properly well. And when you look at this age period, they form about 20 or 30% of the total populace. And this will affect the whole thing. And the implication about this, some they don't know, others too, they may know it. That's my proposal.
Sure.
Thank you.
I think there's a question for you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you a question Chairman often asks. What problem are we trying to solve? At this point, we can't legislate maturity. So do we rather say we're going to educate young people earlier about civic responsibility, public service, all those things, so that if they are voting at 18, they are voting at 18 and they are better informed? Or do we say we raise it and assume that people will be mature? And how do we legislate maturity so we can make sure that people are ready to vote? So do think about that nuance in there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, my name is Bright Mensah Eze, a student leader representative from Takoradi Technical University. And then my issue is actually in line with the individual's right to information, which is actually in line with the security sector and also political interference. Now we get to see that now we are having media groups and many media personalities around, of which most of the information that they've been broadcasting are fake. So it got to a point in time where a link will be shared for employment for the security sector. And most of these links, since the moment you get to hear about the actual employment of the security sector, very too late. You also get to see that most of the political parties are interfering in the employment of this security sector, in the sense that whenever these links are being released, they rather have upper hand on them. So before you get employed in some of these sectors, you are supposed to know somebody of a higher quality or somebody at a higher profile before you get into some of these opportunities. So we would like you to look at that aspect for us. Thank you very much.
Mpanyinfo mepa wɔn kyɛw. Masɛm a medze bɛn dɛ hen education Lucy Mankonote secondary market. Mepa wɔn kyɛw. Hen education ayɛ dɛ party A ba ɔwɔ mɔɔka, party B ba ɔwɔ mɔɔka. Ɔyɛ dɛm a ɔhɔ yɛn ba no wɔ school. Nti nkyɛn mmɛsrɛ dɛ nkyɛn wɔyɛ review no wɔbɛtum na wɔayɛ biribi ato hɔ a yɛn education no ɔba ebi ba ɔnsesan na ɔnyɛ biribi foforɔ bio, because dɛm ade no lɛ hɔ abatan ɔhɔ yɛn papaapa. Otie bien first yɛkɔ school no ɛna yɛkɔ do form 4. Ɔwɔ na wɔyɛ common entrance wɔkɔ secondary school for 7 years. Nti before wɔkɔ varsity no na ehu dɛ n'adwum ebue. Nda wɔte JHS 3 fine. Abɔfra no wɔkɔ secondary school 3 years. Ɔbɛdu wɔ na ɔkɔ varsity no pii wɔ hɔ a na wɔadwum no ɔwɔ fam. Me kada President Kufuor Mayaya no secondary school no ɔyɛ no 4 years. But the following year na wasan wada akɔ 3 years. Nkyɛn me mo susuin dɛ nkyɛn CCR wɔyɛ review no. Nkyɛn JHS fine ɔdu 3 a nkyɛn oye. But ɛmi de nkyɛn ɔnkɔ 4. Secondary school ɔnkɔ no 4 years. University ɔnkɔ 4 years, because ɔbɛma abɔfra n'adwene egbe ɛhwɛ secondary school for and university for a sisi a wakɔ first year. Me pawancho sɛ ɛhwɛ secondary school for a wɔn university a. Ɛyin wɔn kasa ɛma mu wɔ bi paa. Ɛyin wɔn kasa ehu da adwene no ɔwɔ fam. Nti sɛ JHS no ɔbɛkɔ no 3 years a secondary school nkyɛn prefer dɛ ɔnkɔ no 4 years. Ɛna adwene no mu ebe because ɔwia varsity a na sɛ adwene no nyɛ a ɔnyɛ yɛ a ɔwɔ mama fama no wɔ sute. Me yɛ sure de pii wɔ fie. And as aso wo wia na why national service ni wia, because of adina choke no abuna adwuma enyi wa amawan na mo fama ni nem fie. Nti mesawan why a review no me someone p one fair in fan can so what the can obey ya mpocho why a man madam nasi.
I go by the name Dr. Sirenchi, a student of Holy Child College of Education. Due to my concerns, I think I'll switch codes. Mine is with the language usage in our education sector, businesses, administration, and then internationally. Mame pada mekani na ne de. Se eba yeni education sector na washisha nala program. Na nala program no ochira hende. Se afano start to school ofi teacher na now that is KG. Ana sokodu class 3 year. Yemfa yenankasa yenkrom kasan. Yemfa ncha afanade. Nyenim da oman bia ansa na ebenya wo identity no ogina kasa ekanodo. Inti se afanitim sua kasa no from KG na so kodu class 3 odu class 4 eson sesan normal brofo in your medium of instruction don na ye de be kire na ade e wo school na ye nankasa ye nkasa na ye kan wa be subject of study inside the day biara da no abrofo won kasa na ye to home pon because cheche ni betra ade o che social the brofo betre math or the brofo now, so nya the why subject and yes, your timetable na so Ghanaian language once within the week. Most of the school no Ghanaian language we use no once within a week watch the Ghanaian language once. But other subject that is social na English na it appears twice or more than that. Into the man ya kan yankasa na ide. Ashe. For instance, conference ya nka ene bibifu ya conference oti dem nka misusu dey sanka ye wo lo bi o chere se ya conference oti dem ye yinsia na nkasa ye nkasa ni enfendi dwuma e wo dwuma di na ase na se mom se yakọ other or international conferences then we use the language that's English because we want ye nkasa nti misusu dey sanka betima ya amendment with the language usage e wo country ni man kobobwa and then as a national language, though that we have a lot of ethnic groups, our man, so you know common language or a national language at the administration level. They be MPB, local parliament now, Wabakasawa parliament, though they have a lot to say, but because they won't use Fanti and other the Ghanaian language or administration, what do I now asolaba? What by yes, one home wasn't where young constituency no because kasa no de be di dwuma no onka ho na brofo no so ontime express no ho yie ewo ntimi susu dey say ye betum na nka ye de ye na nkasa ye nkasa ne di dwuma ewo oman ni mu a nka obobo aye me da ma ase.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have few of issues to raise. Article 41. It's titled Duties of the Citizen. So my name is Kingsley Benetinono. I work with the local government. Article 41 talks about duties of the citizen, but when you read through, it appears those responsibilities or duties should have applied to all persons resident in the country and not just the citizen. So I wish the heading probably could be changed to make that responsibility cut across. And by extension, I also would wish that probably an article in the Constitution could be introduced on the benefits of being a Ghanaian. If we can look at that, the benefit of being a Ghanaian, then at least we can have some protection. Then a rather sensitive one, when we think of electing chief executives, I'm looking at two elections, the MPs and the chief executives. And I see development conflict there because the MP will want to do things to get re-elected, the chief executive will want, and then the law interplay. Is there a way that the MPs could be elected from the local assembly so that we just have one election with the chief executive? I know it's sensitive, but it's something probably we could think around it and see, because I'm looking at the cascading effect. Today, when you invite the MPs to General Assembly meetings, their involvement in local legislation is very low because they are not actually responsible in that sense. But if we are able to do that, I think that will help. I also want to add voice on the increasing the common from 5 minimum to about 20. So at least we can deepen local legislation. Thank you.
Yo, Mr. Chairman, my name is Emmanuel Avevo, Shama Constituency Assembly Member. Mr. Chairman, I'm talking for the youth. Actually, youth Oba and our more system no sisia. You find the Twyford company. We employ youths about 40,000, about 4,000. Chama, your youth before Bangun was say salary no and payment now pay or the money or 700 Ghana cedi. Mr. Chama, China ni ufri China waba. Obasisa ye Ghana nyama ni nyina odeko. Na ye youth funa kakra na offer wonsu. Chede Abahuna still slip trade na ya woman onwa na ya da ho wom sisia until labor law na or ya law or govern your youth in Ghana no Mr. Chama masusu say that review no onko muye ama ya youth no onhu atomu kakra ama eba 12 order before bahun na ose wako wia cable before Bahun was a woko we had a kakra na judge no we prison no order court is a imprisonment 6 months 2 months imprisonment 5 days. Mr. Chama molo kodo ewo ye abuazi onye fine onye de okra nti ye labor law no review no on inkunkomo ho maye papa Mbasana Kaumbio, Eba, Abuadi, Tama Plan, in VRA, corporate social responsibility, Oye VRA full, and Oye ma community no. Mr. Chama, on Choye. About Bono, Maomba Kani, their governor or their government. But in rather say, you find the Okotiko, Amandi, and now West Africa Gas Pipeline. West Africa Gas Pipeline, they are doing a scholarship. Ama yemo frobani you find the Shama constituency, Shama, Intraba, Abuadi. You find the West Africa Gas Pipeline, Otumutia scholarship. Ama ye tertiary student about 100 people in the Shama constituency. But in VRA, in a body of VRA, even one, even a Jumana, even about Yamo Froban was a on course school. Na answer no bomba Jumayan. School no yabakosu, Yadahujina ya name. On Kasa Yahu, into a one in your local governor, ya Abuadin Kwa, you find a company be Waba, one person, one bomodi, one chair, ya Mofrobana. Also young course school, on bomodi on show mu papa. Na also 1 year Juma be ya. Rather say the biba free baby, no abaya Juma. My last point. Mr. Chama, Eba Abuazia. Plant be or your T1, T2, T3. T3 bird by let Professor Ataman. Time. Sa T3 no. I say by 30 years up to now, sat T3 no on Yejuma. The review ni say your Kokompe boys are or one. On school, but the plant the Makokompe boys are on Batumaye. Your school before you over expatriates before planting the buses, she said, all the expatriates of the Bansana. Abra akoye Kokompe haya ebenye obi wakoye the planting ye. Nti ye practical na ye suanu o ma ye nyu practical no papa ama ye boys na owo Kokompe so o batuma ye adwuma ye. Me da say.
Okay, so we'll take one question representing the security agencies. One proposition representing. I'll come to the traditional rulers. We'll take one question representing the security agencies. Proposition.
Thank you. Sir, my name is Ilajana, Assistant Commissioner of Immigration, 2nd D. Mine is a proposal on Article 23, Article 83 on National Security Council. I can see all the...
Just to include immigration.
Yes. I can see all the security agencies there.
We are your bosses in Accra.
But immigration is not there. Immigration and then Ghana Fire Service. So I want them to be included at the national level.
So I didn't mention when we were doing our special interest groups, among the groups we met, the security, we met the police, the military, immigration, fire service, and this proposal has been with us for a long time. So we are aware of it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yabakona na na so na ambacho yafa adwenkyerɛ every. Okay. Mbache you. Ahulai.
Mr. Chairman, me say, 1992 Constitution. Osha ye nananom efiri mu kura. Asiani say osha previous constitutions are yɛde ayɛ adwuma wɔ Ghana ha na preambles no ɔmo they in the name of the Almighty God, the chiefs and people of Ghana. By 1992 Constitution, the chief, and the people of Ghana, chiefs and the Constitution, one recognize the chiefs of Ghana. And the Samoa review, the chiefs and people of Ghana. My point is, no. The Atosumi, no, you better have the district assemblies, local government. Now, we have local governance in the and committee and commission say, ewo nananom enchen the local governance no, ewo nananom ho. Abenso at traditional councils, near about regional house of chiefs, near core national house of chiefs. And the national system no ewo ho. But anka local governance no, nanka oma empower nananom ewo the traditional councils. Anka betimi deal with the environment, security, education, health. Wenum yinano anka see ho nananom asye ye ne nkofo de ti wo. Ye ne yanim wo mo ahaw. Debia asem ne ba na fe ye besoa e de agu nananom so. Abra nananom ye empower ye say ye nye bibi. Enti me pese review committee no wo mo e de shame. No more empower nananom at the local level. Ma yen hwe ama discipline about the local level. Emra the sharing of revenue from our natural land and natural resources. Media madwin mu no anka obi a oba betu agudie ewo baabi bia wo Ghana ha no anka revenue no womunya at least 5 to 10% of the revenue of that mineral no what that place na yeye dey womutu no ama development akoho da bia ye ka Johannesburg and akọ Johannesburg and akọ ha oboase ye tu gold ho 100 years ni road kurampo bi ni ho kotakwa ko first Prisia Bogoso nemom sanka omo revenue no mu ja 10% and 5% mpo ewo that area na aka development be dey ebekoso intim susu say monfa ono say review him. Adema hu no so ba ko ne se asore no adoso wo Ghana hadodo. Obi asore o se mate asore. Esense ya ye ne free say obi atimi associated so with the religious. Obi asore anu wate asore. And the Monfanche constitution ni mu say ansa na obeti asore no e wo grade bi as a wudru. Obi anya adeche obi da bi Nyankopon fro obi. Adeche Nyankopon da bi Nyankopon fro obi. No asore no afa Bible. Omo me nya kwan na e na huro bebei, e na huro bebei, e na huro bebei. And the Monfanche constitution enwa Oma ye timi asore dan sen edo so sen adwuma yo ni akọ asore dan ni makọ se Nyankopon mo ye adwuma endi mo fa san hye mu se asore akese no wo munya asore dan ni si no mo fa mie bi adwuma e ma nkola no ye re enya binye this elections no so DS elections no me mum de anka me fi say eye ne mum mo nya ne partisan because you see akurampa enye partisan no eye more than partisan last elections so MPP fo nya dodo sen MP NDC fo and they say any partisan they nanka ye clear ye ne partisan e be ye clear ama obi ahu ba bi a owo me ka sorry there no mom yen fa hye constitution nim no say yesi kwasiada efiada Moses for mo yo ma sorry memenda SDA for na ayo mo ko kwasiada Christian for nya odie nave efi adwuada ekoi eyesa ema production enya dey enkoso and mom yen fa hye constitution nim efiada memenda kwasiada eno kwa na obi a wo ho kwan efi ma adwuada ekọ efiada no obi enko aso dem obi anfa nkọ ya adwuma obi anfa nkọ ya adwuma ema ye oman no enko nanim Mesremo monfa hye constitution nim na mo empower na be bia ne say ye kan ha nana oba hema ne kan nana frɛ obi na so ama woni bambo bia eta na chi na mom garam say sensuo dia ye se nana so ebia wa hu say obi say ensuo Omra opanoiden obeba and they say modi mra mota nananum achi ema nananum enya omukura ye fe say ye konora ma sesen kura no omuma nananum tumi and they no omuma nananum ahemfie police baba chiu na so wo ma wo sempa no ommo ye ho ban enwa me ka asem bia chemo obi eye garamse wo ankobra nim ene be ka kire me suma me hene ba ko se onko stop won na de obetimi a stop won no se okwa wo de yi wo fan belt na fabra okwa na okoyi fan belt no ne nkofo omko fan na so sa dia fakọ police station na call report o de fan belt ne call police station ne ya chi na na cells. Oh yes. Ndi ofra me na me mobilize me ahemfo na aka na ye police station say eden nipa na say nsuo masoma se ye nkwankwa ye ya wo sesei mo asoma mo ka mo honyi no yesa ba bia mboduro mo mpe asa na mo yi no esa se ye ni bambo bia Eso asɛm ne ba ne yɛ de to nananom so. Yɛn so yɛ kan mamuo no ho. Yɛn ne yɛ hyɛ aseɛ na aduru soro. Enti mo empower yɛn. Ɛma yɛ mmoa, ɛma ɔman ne nkɔ soro. Meda mo ase.
Pacha or from Nana Kokodu, Paramount Queen Mother of Escado. I'm Nana Kokodu, the second, Paramount Queen Mother of Escado. And some pee were one chambaka, na ye penny in your mind, walk no mupi. At a cruise American ye day. I am for your assassin what the ma. Aban, more DJ Duman. Zawakan, alluvial onerson. Yeah, bet your hands back. What for you in my hand back? Because in hand is Scadu. British of no what did you assassin? What did your railways could do? Okay, made to Takwa. Our assassin or when you're Scadu for years old. In Kana Wakan, in the railways of Wartana. Railways of Wartan. Ntame muhu bia na maka chi railway engineer korona oruta na asasa onu ofiri no krom wa be yeduma wo railways no owasase na oruta ameze mini ho risi papa enti here alluvial owners of the lands ya ba ji asase na aban oji na when using on fa ya adman because you know the lands department waruta da min asase ni hina na waruta so Sikan wavongu aban futumo. Miss Mara woman powers and Chamoko Land Department. Mass Asibiara Land Department wap turn. Me pede mungu de we go aban fanda. What cheer one wafa no would go kotokum. No what did at a wapie. Until handy alluvial owners, Western region, alluvial owners of the land in your Pawancho. One financial constitution there. Yetum yajin has back. Because baby, what could rubber na adinina? Go for no Walton. State farms are where your Western region in Nara. It's not working. It's in Crawford, no wafa, individuals. No wafa. No way use, na assassin around, Yanya Sassipo, Yafanya Haban. Umpani say, Oil Bay, Yakwa, Yanam. Ena atamel sebe na yakashene de Western region pona yakan kasi they should do it like Texas. Give us 10% to develop Western region where the oil comes from. You be say I rob what they shine him for your Western region one. Na mkacha wonder one kwa Texas one kwa oil revenue no ban because it's in Texas and 20% would develop when you one could be Texas for. Into Texas chrono, all your first in the crow biala one in channel. Let me be said there, and a young penny if you want to corner. Walk over one. Now your Western region, I am for your cabisa 10% ya Washa and Ahubea. Since at a mess time you be said, 1 million peso. No mom, yes, 2 land revenue. No more 55% was in here from my local government more for Yeduma. Edman so was in here come home. Until you knew the words were used in his cut. Until me pede in here, what is share? Review no. Pawancho. And now, Merba education system. Pocho. In that way, no more family waba. What's the curriculum? What's the end of day? In your school. If you can form 2, stand 5 na your friend, it will sit common entrance, echo, and pass echo, stand 6, stand 7 for 1 seat to be, na you form 4. Yeah, your crop stand 5 na your secondary school. Your crop 5 years. You will your crop. Miss Maya Nelson, for one mamma cross 6 4. And son of Bankaya Nelson. In there, what's the JSS? JSS boys will go schedule. If people on him, Nanka send it in the portrait. Now, what's it? Teachers' registration in Waitrose.
Teachers say, teachers licensing fee, what's it? Why cancel? That were cancelled then. In Kanye school, what's my cerebral? Oba every month, Oba check teachers one book. The way to watch until papa Oba example in Yampom from our kitchen in the Wabba school, the child Wabba school, 1-2 water. Mokramata the school Wabandu Road. That time in Yanshu, Yanan go from near Duko school. As we were so proud of our teachers. And there. If you Ghana school pa, in Ghana history, if you be Sunday Union Independence, what day pa? When you into the education system, you ban a son, you ban a son, one chow, one sham there. They are one see and at the Yazoo Koyan. Constitution review for one fan sham there. O pipa, on share, no one continue. And now, projects are previous government warrior. No so how here. I said it be no wesisuha. Weswa just a government now starting oba and sana wabe. Now crossing there. Mpocho. So one my project be one my himful. 3 years ago, you wonder was to school done wakatan. Na yakure. Yan ayimful. Queen mothers, yakure de yakwache. Yakure na ibisa. Katan, the nearest chief over there. Name there. Oh yeah, school for KG. No, there was no toilet in the school, and they were using potty for the Maframan Katinkati. And you cry assembly. You can be said. May you do onyum pada was school down wo. I am coffee. Also onyum da was school down wo. Na nyanso you cry and here no sono. And I said, this is only that was a school. They have this contract. As I was given the contract in Accra. Now, I say, you were given what in Accra? And you see, I go school were Western region. So can you come find me say, I was given the contract in Accra? Paramount chiefs, Queen Mother say, our house of chiefs in Accra. And see, some pound chow, one fine shedder. So what be a baby will obi a henibinu chroma. At least one man asked 20. No, ye knew to. Oh, ye knew to cry. Oh, ye knew to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mpocho, media 2 p.m. The first one, oh yeah, program CBR this time around. Obe television do. A bit there, obi abetene television. Or say, blah, mabeno. Ucho sekana uncha. Wobo witra untu. Onto. These are the programs of all quadra. Ama, yan yutino, me fat. Sabe, oya sefom. Intinde, eka sam cheno, ofide da wakwa yeninti. Into me yanushi. Unslow. Recently, I think last year said it. I think obesity. Also, I've been only in Kumbonutran. Just imagine. Tiabasre, there, Sabio, on Canon Alano, on your baby or ye own or any war, on Coffee or way and Yama, but no small. But in that, what bad to the center there? A boy TV ala, Beggy schedule, blah, blah. Into a book we know, we enjoy what you come back, Kaffa Mamma Black, Kaffa Papa, Kaffa Uncle Black. Yes, the 1 year be being found. Nesabe, you should send a yellow bay, I cut a come drama, Akada. And if you was in a shadow, but in the television, your quadra, Sabi, new son or attractive Kakra. The what can you done yet? Until license, no, yes, sir, was Zema one share. Nanyamo Yumunu, Yenin Joan. Kura me pada me kan wo ye na ahensam so wonde Mr. Chair ahensam o start fee se o lebosala eba ye ne buzua oye ahanta west ye wo only one parliament chief that is Otumfo Bedibonso. Okay, no wo ahemfo odi dinase nti se problem bi wo usi one community first place ye ko traditional council. Say nya ye ko traditional council na e ho na so litigation o shase But I want to so be yam or file a case against Amidea. No so the court wa honor me there or would go to a deposit. A plenty if I would go to a deposit, defendant to a deposit. In Tisano, Mam will have a 7 no go to a depositor or whether them case you know, or the timer Obukotia. Into also or delay cases, papa. Into your best there. And what ye judicial cases. And sign as a case now to ya appeal a job of regional house of chiefs. 1, 2 or what then you are forwarded our national. Never identity, Nesabu, yes, I saw what, or whatever Sabu, or one can send us every way soon here now, it will open my neighbor for photo. Now, what's about your deposit? What's about your deposit? What's about your deposit? Into some mini or them baby. Not the community or whatever development. A hidden better, Nayama baby, why you best ready. Say, yeah, constitutional review, dear. One friend shame the traditional council. I've been on first second call. Then judicial service, you file your case, Allah, all you need to pay your lawyer. That is judicial system. Mutual lawyer kawa, on local court. But traditional council, mutual lawyer kawa, as they go to a deposit. If you deposit about 7,000, what none of it translate, better 3 times a pay. No, so can answer, come and pay another one. That's a minibia. International delay cases, I know I'm a chief tenancy cases. Bebre Uguo, because my father name is Niska, no, I understand Junction, I'm a total, no, happen baby atna. And the moment I was serving in Panasono, Nasavi, Munko Tremi deposit, Nananu to Mintina, a one castle. Tiabasre, so obey my year in Ponasanka, what the mass samno, what the mamma and anima, because the Alka are mandina Nimunyama, and she said, lawyers in Poyo Batanawa, no frustrating. Oh, true. Because Obokotin may be right, which are some other canon, and yet I'm not. Yaleka, a corner, a fado, essay this year, a banconi, a fado background. On the Yeshum, Yibisa Mandina, Mambraya for Quanibe do Bisa. But the lawyer Bejinawa, also a lawyer, Ibisa, a lawyer ambassador on what occasion or do. A Bioa, or Bioa, Yabendana, Yabatnas, and a lawyer, or the Wabafali BB, or whether you suspend, yes, and no, yeah, bread. In terms of judicial cases, for sometimes you're interested there because they're lawyer to one or the cat paper, but they will be my Yakonan Bentham until there, Panano, yes, solid. The best ready. So, Kaman Kumus to see dear, yeah, your constitutional review. Sasamba, Nanana Mankasa, Yantinas and a Yanka. Yanka and Assam, Mususin.
Yo, Musmidin in an AC, I'm to the Bassan, a Padu school of Queen Mother, Paramount Queen. Oye, Obopo, Ghana, 20 Western Rejoy 2010. Number the band, Yaji, my yama from me now, so Yaji there. Oye, Yamipa, I want to be a Jumaya. Yo, woman, Obia also, Nana Sisi, Yellow, so when you but one started the war from Crawford. Nti nana na ohima onu ogu dwan ne yim de ade papa be fie echi mi yatin de waka fa nkrofo Nigeria ba de nti na nkrofo Ghana na echi waka fa nkrofo Nigeria wasa anwan de we tire no na ewie nti adwuma no yim na nwado yes asa Ghana fo na so we tire no na obeyeye bibiala enyima esua eden oyeye de nti na waka fa nkrofo Nigeria yoguda yebo wana wa start ejume me ebo wan wa start oh na youth wa start oh na nanom de wan papa biala ai na de papa bagana weje mu Nigeria ona ahoro bade ya jibi papa wo twenya la pa ya na echi wati the 10% one family o say ya me ye do wase say one wa ma 10% we nya da 1000 po we nya bi parents wa pa yen ma Yabi, now Ghana did the best come from the west. Echi, a bad from the west. And yes, so you might be poor, young Mayma. You to know one found. Now, once when you being ye, now one fan payment we are the mad or the way ye be. Yet 10% yen, until what's ye in I pay. No mass.
American about education. Now, the security services work for one. And canon. You secondary school, or Waba, one Jubilee Park. I wear secondary school. I wear pedeco police. our pediatric fire service, eco prisons, eco navy. No, we're being interviewed boys in na ye bisa there. Na yenzi ya mo from ye bisa there was oh, if you are for 20% were western region, we for 10% were ha, we for 10% were. For the past 8 years, seeing be one clan. Men are not beyond no more. I say, Ghana, I've got a job. Let me see, you got a job where? What's it? All call prisons. Let me see. One also, I mean, big man be wa crying a waffan. I remember you buy him a I remember another waffan one cran. No one in the back, Western region. Mukabi Sawana. Why on the political? No more catch one now what I review there. What first I consider the Western region for Yamba Wako school. I work for one Navy prisons. Yeah, oh yeah. Na yen tumma be nipa on Trankran. No fa on to two akukwa ho na fa mecha here Western region. Inya so Yamba ya akọ school. Inya mbiri we po ye cross school. Na ya na no. Inya so ye educated people were Western region ha papa. No we senior no Ghana ha. For the past 5 years, mo no do wafa. That I just don't know. I just don't know what they are doing to the Western region in Tumponwancho. So President open a because security services. So we na will be on crankrana. Onye many being yet. In your suyan and ya bon uncle. Hey, professors are you will be Western region. Doctors are you will be Western region. I want you to engineers, women engineers, former women engineers over Western region. No one watch any nurses and midwives. One much yes, some man. Now one man and chance my hand anonymous 1 year to ma 1 year.
Yo, Mpocho, from Nana Emu Ajman, Mtoda Awache, Mo Ahanta Kusikrum, Achapom Hen Jama Opa Discof. Maso Mujusini. Oye hen Akwana or Western region, and a Ghana manto muna. Oya Zibia Menya Dajere Mijimenya Idiachi Ashe. Ghana Yane Cote d'Ivoire for Boshiwo, Elibo. Na oye long track no. Load the Wojifi Togo Benin na Burkina Faso. What Nigeria would you choma ko Elibo no. Oya na load na ya show. Na ono se na kwan no. Nti se hwe eba Western hade ya. Hene akwana ewe bia eyi keva biara onye papa. Apramondo Apollo ehon wo ye bia na wa so send the load na offer ho no oso. Nti se je wona se hu da car kese ji load labor. Na so oli keva na ogina chira kwan kwanta. Mfa no oya ahobosam. Na oso no Cote d'Ivoire mra. Also man Ghana hamra. The load na cars no for no kor oyitwemu no woji elibo o wakala osiwa o cheme biel. Ansa na oje wura Abidjan. Nti obashade wa load no kese wa ha waja se he na akwan no wojule elibo a wa cheme biel na wa kon twice. Nti o ma de bia no ho no ahonto wo ho. Ehwe bekada ha contact se wo ho no wani mejima onte dam na mmom de monkofo no na wo se he Ghana akwan woje mahen ma shede de chira akwa elibo kala olodi fi ha oduko elibo no opake ma de chi no wo cheme bie na nsana cars 2 wo for nyama na woje akọ woje wura Abidjan side. Nanso yankoti de oni won de na wosun kuntan ahwe ye kwani so baby balance obi na wa chia na wa toka bedo no oluku o just accident riba Ghana mesre o fanshi manim de anka da me load na woji fi so woji ba no woju Ghana eso ho na obuwuro Ghana no we hu de load no wa chem anede woyin bridge wo ho a ho na wo woyin bridge no wo mu woni ko wo ho de bia wo se woyin bridge so de bia wo overload woji twoma yehu ma okodo yeso mu woni nkodo famayan afi so otodi biem Yene a hunter was I won't crossing. What ye a quantum of contractors now? Let's say, Ukrono on the main road, dear, Chakwana one count. Well, we will find Sapati. Sapati, shadow, I can't what you best a Gavas no good do what I'm on. Sapati, walk at any own crossing and it is a Ukrono only main road, dear. Copapa away and I will end ye be. Who wouldn't ye Sapati one? Obayabo, the pen could have people know Ututu. Into Messer on our official review him there. Was in region, in crossing, so one there were a quarter what I say now, one on Cassa. No one, I crown 1 year and them are welcome upon your hammer to watch out and my hand. A couple of bed 10 years, no quantum, get a point out of that. Madame Mukram from Material in Phantom. Yeah, mobile, my son, one up on. And I feel so companies or one anno. If we were our pay, none could be a quan aboa. Major Robert Estate and Phantom. Yes, to Bernard, Yanni, Sankutu 50 points, one was say pa. Into a cut and call, but what you might go do. What's a wind jam or 1 more yet? You won't know the way a quano. Into a more machine, no few quano do. No, I can. Office can blah highways for the one channel Quano. Inti scan uncle into a quano, business gets a yara, into trouble be young watching yana, and yes, Kakaba, intimidate as one channel when you may am that's it.
Mizinde okukudu for a swan katia, auto de bien. May I let a crohin? Mena me ya mama nsen hin wo upper disc of traditional area. My start if empowerment of the chiefs no. Oh na my start if. Oh ya assembly a ohia pa. Oh dey hwe nie. Politician or one cran. Politician onimu krom ho alatakro. Sesia ye reduce in anonymous to extend there a tum a wo kroma na a bone assemblyman or a development one more man impo. Say at the corner what about Bayano, say when he has a CBA and fee our or here won't involve. Now, while imagine there, watch a national cake at the Miss Kadiam will be there on from Bohem. Minim di bana odoro tamam ses kana he na de mano minim owie so a minim hu kwan bia de mabisa ne ho asem de sika na de mano no oyuso ahe anado oye ne den se ya empower chiefs na corruption no dulu ntwa da. The reason is that wo etenkran enim de sika na de ma MC ana MP no ade ka don fankoye no waye nti wo watro report or the abrel sebe tafrache krumanfo na ahemfo no nya paper na yebedi ada ade na e ka don beye no ono na ayen yehia na mi wa we friend on kran na diska na ama no na mi po minim ade ese on beye nti se oye yo wanyo who is watching over him one obebisa no ho asem obi kan bibi wa de chieftaincy disputes. Ono na the Mr. Chairman one kind. Ono na wama want to ma na nanom want to me including in governance and other bibi them. Menene nyadwen. Na nanom ne ye individuals. Obia o nu school okwe ni nimdi okita ansa na oba bofu egwa no. Majority of us ne ye edwuma ansa na ye fu egwa. Nti you can't tell me there baby ana me yedwuma na me perform. Ye was skills ye wonimdi ye wadwena yenso ye betumi ye de aboa in the society. Memfa project bi nya example. Ewo mami area ho. Ekurasi bi wo Ahanta West wo frɛ no Akatechi. Professor Messi time eno kosi TTU Anes. Fa why any gate was somebody BBA and pay up on Marco for a down and down who see up to now. One quad down him. Fine. ame me se asase ne ye me dia me nua he no kro so se asase ne ye ne dia ne ye de asem na kokot ne ye retwe ho manso enye ye guduru twe manso ya na nkasa ye ho ebesi dan na nti si dan na ewi o si dan na dan ne ye dan oka ho most at times the technocrats and politicians no se wontum nhwia wonyama na o ya hye nananom then nananom yare kunti na na ya disua de ma nananom no oba ne dem abandoned projects na American wasam no there should be a law or enforce the balance onyan kwa your project bia no matter what or the project no etumi den etuado Takoradi had a fijai kufona bedo obesi theater nice one abana abako edani akamfu mu ho nso yesora na ye recreational center there is no any law which is holding these politicians accountable mrebi ani wo hya wonde ade na be na wunu aye no tuado anade men den men tuado ba wo bokwa na wo de blame na aye den wo de abra nananom now menko lands issues Adia Oma registration of lands why issue pa ne there or expensive no kwal pa wo menyen imagine na makota asase be 70 million na me your documentation na me we na me number 200 million what will entice me them enkoye now yenko judicial issues are opened with various traditional council. Memetina had them judicial committee chairman, our traditional council. There are big issues. Many good yearly. Now, to them, my brother, Henny Kane. Or you true? Say, Makara use V2. Number 2, baby, I made the assembly. You want me then? Mete. Na mabana mabet na the whole day mbedi asem some so na makọ dem nya allowance na menya bi mdo tom fuel inti motibia no or there two parties in where deposit inti say oba ne da ho chiri bi wo ho no wontu nya deposit na no chere asem no le den or da ho repent and justice delay is justice deny mitikesi bi do ohin no we di ohin 8 years I'm mbedi egwa 6 years ni asem na penda wontu man so ba mama boto mabe judicial committee chairman me da ho amele ye den mo solve case up to now yentum solve case ni nwie ni now boils down to this things and the lawyers mo ko ha menya kwa namba adecha lawyers mo ko ha menya kwa namba abamra ena wode ba back yen ena tide ma brother kan no or de wotumo ye allocations of funds be what about traditional councils, no? How about to make cater for these things? Because I know the man, Nanano Boko Wakunda, but say on all the banner, no name there, oh, costs be a name, or banner of a justice. I see you to me a deliver on time. Not as some GI then, Waba. Most of the time, no cases be over. What pre boundaries? The same thing. What pre boundaries? Company I already what about to manganese? Manganese in what about to 1 year crack roman for no better than Wobenya Jumaye. So I'm the judicial system no only delay into company soon into me then. One best started Jumano. But so ya there you were back in beefy abanim. In terms of funds and logistics I had by Jumano. Say them support if you abanima and can me did them case and can that maybe a manganese no will to my banner so wide then what benefit if you
Come 4 o'clock. You have to wrap
up. Me last a year my chonyama baby but minchano a sin honor ye Mrebia either watcher or parliament. and me pede what they can review no. Ubi be the MP. One temper, we are no why skinny. Nimpa no ba no la sula la ansana why campaign no. One temper why skinny. Into them declaration of asset bill no. Ya pa wane chew womonye wona hia sam papa. Na yetumi ye dem obama corruption bebrebe no. No de twa. Me da wanna say.
On this point no. MPB akọ parliament be since 1992. Oda wo ho. Every 4 years bia oje ex gratia. And this you know so me dey make to say oba one na oje one na anyin mama onyi biu.
Thank you very much. At long last, we'll go for chairman's remarks. Chairman's closing remarks. Let's have a big round of applause for us all. Yes. You've exhibited great sportsmanship. Thank you so very much. So we'll go to esteemed chair.
Thank you very much. The time is very far spent already. It's almost it's 2 minutes to 4 o'clock. We started 1 hour late, but that means we should have ended at about 3 o'clock. So I'm not going to keep you here. Thank you all very much. Nananom, security service personnel, NCC staffers, retirees, members of the persons with disability community, everybody, thank you for your very enthusiastic participation in this forum, in this engagement. We have taken a lot of notes. This is also recorded, so we have an audio and video record of everything. When we go back, we will sit, and I think we've gotten very, very important input from this engagement, and we will take them on board. Some of the things you have said, however, I must note in conclusion that these are matters that we think if you were engaging your members of parliament regularly, if your members of parliament were holding such town hall meetings with you regularly, these matters should not wait for a president to appoint a constitution review committee every 10 or 20 years for these matters to be aired in public. So one of the observations I believe we will make in our recommendations is that from our experience at this engagement, it appears that the relationship between the people and the community and their elected representatives is not working. A lot of the issues you have brought to us, if your MPs were engaging you regularly, these issues should have been picked up a long time ago and resolved through our elected representatives, whether at the MMDA level or at the parliamentary level. But we have taken a lot of notes. You have helped us with a lot of brilliant insights and ideas. I don't want to rank any engagement, but for me personally, I think I've heard things here that are very new, very, very interesting, very insightful. So we thank you very much for your participation. And NCCE, thank you very much once again for putting this together. This has been wonderful for the committee, and God bless. Thank you.
Much. We would like to thank the chairman, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh, and the secretary, Dr. Reina Akumperigia, and also members who are present here, Dr. A.C. Ansa and Dr. Godwin Jokutu, and Justice Sophia Adinyira, and also Professor Kwame Karkari, and also to your august self for making it a point to be here and contributing to this successful program. I would like us to go to someone who is touched by the Spirit to give us a closing prayer briefly. Who can give us a closing prayer? Yes, wonderful, wonderful.
Can we pray? Father, we just want to say thank you for your mercies. We glorify your name. We honor your name. We thank you for all that has taken